We're about to start. We'll start at 6:10, ladies and gentlemen. We'll start at 6:10 on the dot. Thank you for your patience. All right, we're about to start. It is 6:11. Madam Clerk. For our Monday, September 8th commission meeting, Madam Clerk, can you please read the roll call?
Commissioner Chernoff,
Here.
Commissioner Florimon,
Here.
Commissioner Smith,
Present.
Commissioner Smuckler,
Present.
Commissioner Sue, Vice Mayor Daniela Jean, Mayor Michael Joseph.
I'm here.
You have quorum, sir.
Next is invocation, Pastor Tobin, Fulford Methodist Church. Hello, Pastor. Oh, did he not?
No, that they're both not here.
Oh, they did. They did the roll call, right?
Saying, did I say something? Because
Oh, yeah,
I'm
they
missing.
didn't think you took a shower or something.
Pastor.
Sorry about that.
No worries, no worries. Thank you so much. Thank you for the work that you do. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. As we come together today, I am reminded of some quotes that I wanted to share with you before we pray. We gather here as neighbors, as people, many traditions, many faiths, and many paths of wisdom and experience. But what does unite us is that we have a heart for our city, we have a heart for the work that is done here, and a longing for peace. So I thought of a few quotes to share, and one of which is one of my favorites. Imagine all the people living in peace. A little John Lennon for this evening. There are others that speak of peace. This sounds like a dream and a prayer. As we dare to imagine that, I invite you to think of the Quran. It teaches us that as-salam, the source of peace. God is the source of peace and the home of peace. Teresa of Avila says that we will only find peace through our hands and our hearts. Archbishop Desmond Tutu declared, "We can only be human together." As we think of these, Thich Nhat Hanh also taught us that peace is not only the goal, but every step that we take toward one another. Let's bow our hearts together. Spirit of compassion and justice, we give thanks for each gathered here, for their vision, their courage, their willingness to work for the goodness of this city. Bless the labor of this body and the work that will be done here this evening. Bless the efforts that they may bring healing, safety, hope, and unity within our community. We bring our wounds, we bring our grief, and our brokenness before you this evening. We bring conflicts that sometimes are unnamed. We bring violence and tears in our neighborhoods and the journey of immigration with both hope and fear. The weight of homelessness, the economic struggle that we see, and then the daily burdens borne quietly by those who live and work among us. In the face of all of these realities, give us courage to build wholeness. Give us eyes to see our neighbors with dignity. Give us hands ready to serve with kindness. Let our feet be willing to walk the steady path toward harmony together. Unite us across traditions, across differences, across divides, and across the aisles, that we may create together a city where safety is real, where belonging is shared, and where peace is not only imagined, but is lived. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. Next is a moment of silence in remembrance of two fellow employees, Melvin Victor and Antonio Ortega. Thank you. Next is our Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, just for the record, the Vice Mayor informed me that she's just running a little bit late, that she's coming.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I could have a moment of personal privilege?
Okay.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. So if you know me, and you know me for the 17 years I'm sitting up here, you know that I do all my research, and then I do 10% more. And if you know me, you know then I bring it to you. So I'm here to bring it to you tonight that I did all my research, I took all my tests, and everybody wanted to know, where was I the last month? What did the test say? So I'm sharing with you that the test said that I am taking chemo. I've already started my chemo, and I have the best medical team you can have. I found out exactly 1 month ago today. Nobody but my medical team and my family knew it before this moment. I didn't tell anybody. I'm sharing it with the people that I love and that love me. Well, some of you love me, but I'm sharing it with you because there will be some changes. I am blessed in my life. If you know me, you know that I have an amazing family. My beautiful daughter is here, Susie, who has taken care of me since she's 2 years old. She always says to everybody, I'm the mother, she's the daughter. And boy, is she taking care of her mother now. If you know a little bit about me, you know my son. He's not here, but he certainly makes his presence known to his mother. He can't do enough for me. I have a husband of 59 years. So my family core is amazing. My medical team is unbelievable. We were very lucky we caught it early.
Amen.
I am taking care of you yesterday. I'm taking care of you tonight. I'm going to be taking care of you hopefully for many, many years to come.
Amen.
So let me just say that if you haven't met her, I want you to meet Nancy Cliff. Nancy, stand up, please. Okay. So many of you know that for months and months, I was probably the last one to get an assistant. And I'm working on 2 major projects that are big, require a lot of research, which Susie always did, and now Nancy's doing. For free. Susie always did, for free. Of course. Let me tell you something about Nancy. She speaks many languages. She's extremely efficient. She's very organized. And the best part about Nancy, she loves me. So Nancy's going to take good care of you because she's going to bring everything back to me for decisions. You can reach me. Call the city, leave a message. I was in the hospital a couple times. I spoke to you all. I took care of what was wrong with you. I tried to put out fires. I'm not gone. I'm just going to be in treatment. And I'm going to say to you with a lot of love and respect that, you know, God has given me a lot. And honestly, I studied everything. I went downtown today. People have called and said, how do you feel? And I always said, fantastic, because guess what? I feel fantastic. I challenge anybody to fast walk with me 3 miles tonight. People ask me any results of the test, and I kind of half took the truth because I said, we're taking more tests. And we're taking more tests, and I am doing what they say. I'll give you one more thing before I end, but people always want to know, how did you find it? If you recall, whoever was at the ribbon cutting for the ice cream parlor, I parked my car and walked 20 feet to the ribbon cutting, and I had to sit down. And that is so not like me. Then I had to go to Barry University, somebody that wants to collaborate with us. And I walked the block. I was going to go to the store. I went home. So that night, I told my personal physician and my primary caretaker, and she said, you know what, come in tomorrow and we'll do some tests, some EKG, some blood tests. And when she did the blood test, guess what? 2 days later, I was in the hospital the next day having procedures, and then to another hospital. Unbelievable. I've had more done in 1 month to get this thing rolling than most people get in 6 months. So I'm really grateful. I will add one other thing. I was going to go to Japan, and I was paying myself, but I canceled 3 months ago. I did not cancel. I canceled because I heard you. Even though I was paying, I heard you. This has nothing to do with anything. The only thing it has to do now is, for the first time in my life, I have to take care of myself first. That is so not like me. I always take care of everybody else first, but I have to because, as they say in the airplane, if I don't take care of me with the mask, I can't take care of you. Amen. So I just want to give you 2 wishes, if I can, from my heart to yours. If your body says something different, pay attention. Thank God my primary caretaker loves me too. I always say that those 2 people are my daughter. My daughter says, can't you say they're your niece? You have a daughter. Well, I really have 3. And thank God she said, come in the morning, and put me in the hospital immediately. And honestly, I can't feel better about the whole process. I'm very blessed. The second thing I'm going to ask you is very important to me personally. I mean it from my heart. This is the way I've decided to do it. This is the way I've decided to share what I'm going to share, and this is the way I've decided to handle it. I am that person. Even the doctor can't get over that I'm that person. I am. It's okay. Whatever you need to do, it's okay. But I don't want to talk about it after tonight.
That's fair.
This is it. So if you tell somebody and they're not here, if you're home watching, I'm fine, feel great. If you're home watching, please, you can ask me, how are you? And I'm going to tell you the same thing. Fabulous, because I am. But please, we're not going to discuss it. This is a personal thing that I share with my family and my medical team. And with that, I want you to know that I've been blessed. Don't forget, people think I'm young, but I'll be 80. So I just can tell you, this too shall pass.
Amen.
This too shall pass. I've been blessed, and I'm still blessed, and I have a fabulous thing. Reach out to me, call me. I'm here for you. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to be here for many years to come. I might be here with a little medication, but I'm here. So thank you very much for this time, and we have a big agenda, so let's get started with the meeting.
Madam Clerk. Oh.
Thank you so much. I'm fine. Stay away from her. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. No, if it's anybody, I'm glad it's me. As they say, if it's anybody I know, I'm glad it's me. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Commissioner said we can say.
Okay. No, go ahead. No, I just.
Yeah. No, I just want to say, Commissioner, that you really are a superwoman. You really are. And, you know, that's from the bottom of my heart. You really are a superwoman. No one can keep up with you.
Thank you.
And I know that will continue. And we got your back.
Thank you.
We love you. The whole city loves you. And we got your back. And we'll be praying for you and your family.
Thank you. I didn't ask because I knew that my colleagues, my residents, my staff, if I need you, I know you're there, so I didn't have to ask. Thank you.
I suspected something was off.
It's big, but
Yes, but we need you. So we're gonna always, all of us, we're gonna pray for you and bring those positive vibes to you.
thank you.
All right?
I'm here.
I'm going to respect her.
I echo the same sentiments. During the heart health walk, I didn't even want to walk. You walked. So we're here for you, and we will continue to be here for you, no matter what. We are one commission. Thank you.
Sorry I have to miss a few things. I send Nancy for sure. And unfortunately, even that's what I felt the worst about, because I go there, people think I go there for the food, well, that too. But I go to see how your money is spent and to see that we need to make improvements with all these events. And I just want to say I'm still there. It might be Nancy's eyes. She'll be there. But she knows me inside and out for 35 years. She'll take good care of both of us. So we'll be there. If you don't see me, I'm there.
And I'll vouch for Nancy. I think she's amazing. So I'm happy that Nancy will be representing you.
Yeah. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have a few additions, but if you allow me, Commissioner Smith, you are truly an amazing. And My thoughts and prayers. And you're right. If you feel something, say something. So with that being said, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to continue respectfully. For the request of City Manager, item 9.28, which is resolution number 2025-135, that item is to be deferred to a future date. Per the request of Commissioner Smith, the following items will be pulled from the consent agenda and heard before the quasi. They are items 9.20, which is resolution number 2025-127, item 9.23, which is resolution number R 2025-130, item 9.25, resolution number 2025-132, and item 9.26, which is resolution number R 2025-133. So those items are being requested to be pulled from the consent and heard separately. Also on the consent agenda, there is a minor amendment to the NMB Water Relief Act and one additional item referencing NMB Water agenda. Mr. Attorney wanted to clarify some things also.
Okay, the two items, one is the NMB Water Relief Act, and do we have the number for that, Madam Clerk, if you can help?
2025-115. 9.8. 9.8.
9.8. Okay, so there's a minor amendment to 9.8, the NMB Water Relief Act. The provision two provisions in the whereas clause. One had said that it would be up to $200. That amount is amended to $100. And on the other voluntary program, instead of being available only to NMB residents, it's available to all customers. So those are two minor amendments, and those are to item 9.8 on the consent agenda. So please be aware of those two. And in addition, you've had passed out to you one additional item that requires a vote to place it on as an additional item for the agenda. It has to do with agenda items pertaining to NMB water, requiring 30 days for the task force on water charges and the city attorney's office to evaluate them, and you should have a copy in front of you. You need a motion to add that, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Excuse me, there's another request
Okay,
from
consent, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Fortuna Smuggler requested for item 11.6, which is resolution number R 2025-141. It's the budget controls item. She's requested to have that deferred.
Okay.
Well, you have to do those separately. So the first one is you need a motion just to add that other item.
Do I have a motion? I have a second? Second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous?
So that item is added, and then you have to vote separately on the motion to defer from Commissioner Smuggler.
I have a motion to defer per Commissioner Smuggler. Do I have a motion? Do I have a motion in a second?
Yes.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, and so I guess move to approve the consent agenda item as amended?
Correct.
Do I have a motion? I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. Next item is public, no, wait, no presentations. Oh, safety action plan. We did that already, right, or no? So next item is 5.3, safety action plan. Senator Jones as well as State Representative Wallace have deferred it to their presentation to the next meeting. Now we're going to 5.3. City Manager?
Yes, we're going to have a presentation from our,
No, that's here.
please introduce yourself. Thank you.
Good evening.
We haven't gotten to it. We're only here. What item? What are we doing then?
All right, good afternoon. My name is Linda Hess. Can you guys hear me all right? Okay. My name's Linda Hess, and I am with WGI, and we worked with city staff to create the Vision Zero Safety Action Plan for North Miami Beach. So I'm going to go over a quick presentation here. We're going to start off with Vision Zero and the safe system approach. We're going to go through the guiding principles that set up this plan, some crash and safety analysis that we completed for the city, the community engagement that we did in order to develop this plan and the information and the data we got back from the citizens, and then the recommended policy programs and projects that this plan is recommending and the implementation timeline. So I want to start with what is Vision Zero. So what Vision Zero states is that not even one death on our transportation system is acceptable. So it's a strategy to eliminate all traffic fatalities and serious injuries while promoting safe mobility for all users. And the federal government and the US DOT recognizes this importance of having safe transportation, and they have set up the Safe Streets for Roads for All grant program. The city of North Miami Beach took advantage of this program and got a Safe Streets for All grant. And you guys also passed resolution number R 2023-46 in order to achieve zero traffic-related fatalities by 2050. So what this plan does is it helps us to try to reach that goal. And in order to do that, we have to use a safe system approach. So I'm a traffic engineer, and I design roadways, and this is what I do. And traffic and civil engineers, build your transportation system. But in order to reach zero fatalities, we have to go further than that. We have to have safer people, safer vehicles, safer speeds, and post-crash care. And that's what this plan does, is it takes a holistic approach to our transportation system in order to reach that goal of zero fatalities. So in order to reach that goal, we have guiding principles that help us there. And these guiding principles were also set in that resolution that you guys passed in 2023. First, it starts with evaluation. So what's our data? What's going on? What do the numbers tell us? Second is education. How can we work with our partner agencies, with the TPO, with the DOT? These aren't just city roads. We've got county and state roads as well. Equity. This grant is also really important that we're helping everybody in the community. Engagement. We need to get everybody involved. It's a shared responsibility to reach this goal. And then engineering. How can we develop and implement even safer roads within the city? And all of these aspects make up our safety action plan. So I'm going to start with the data and the numbers. For this plan, we took a 5-year analysis period from 2019 to 2023 and evaluated all the crashes that occurred within the city limits. So I do want to note that this is more than just what the North Miami Beach Police Department reports on. It also includes the state roadways. So for that 5-year analysis period, we had 24 fatal crashes within the city limits, and there was 82 serious injury crashes. You can see on the graph on the right in the orange that 2019 was the highest year of fatal and serious injury crashes, with 2020 being the lowest, probably due to COVID and less people being on the roadways. So based on this 5-year data, we found that there's an average of 4.6 crashes per day that's happening within the city. And this is 1.8 fatal or serious injury crashes per month. We're not going to be able to eliminate crashes completely, but the goal of this plan is to eliminate the fatal and serious injury crashes. We took the fatal and serious injury crashes and we broke it down by who was involved in that crash. Were there pedestrians, bicyclists, motorcycles, or was it just automobiles? One thing that we found was that out of the 24 crashes, 11 involved pedestrians. And this is because pedestrians are vulnerable users. They're a lot more vulnerable to the forces and the kinetic energy of a car crash than another car. So we took this data and we geo-referenced it onto a map of the city in order to locate where these crashes are happening, where are hotspots, where is this occurring. So we do see Northeast 163rd Street does have a lot of crashes, it being one of the main corridors. We also looked at where a lot of the fatal crashes were occurring. We had 5 fatal crashes that occurred on Northeast 163rd. We had 3 fatal crashes that occurred on US 1. And then you can see other fatal crashes that occurred throughout the city with the pink X. So we took this crash data and we developed what's called the high injury network. And we use the same methodology that Miami-Dade County uses, but we also extended this to the city streets. So we looked at where each crash was located. We gave it a score based on the vulnerable users and whether if it was in the CRA, whether it was near a school, and other factors. And then we developed what's called the high injury network. So these are the roadways where we're really going to focus a lot of our improvements and making safety enhancements. You can see the 3 cities, the 3 east-west corridors in the center of the city with Northeast 171st, 172nd, and 173rd. We've got 163rd on there, US 1, and I believe 19th Avenue as well. We went a step further and looked also at speed data. Through our work with city staff, we know speeding is an issue within the city, and we wanted to also collect data on speeding that was occurring. We found 27 segments of city-owned roadways that are maintained by the city, and we collected speed data from those roadways. From there, we found 3 corridors that we identified as our speed management corridors that we recommend moving forward into implementing some traffic calming and speed management techniques. Going into the engagement portion of the plan. This was a group project. There was a lot of people that were and stakeholders that were involved in developing this plan. We developed a task force with different members of the city, also the TPO and FDOT District 6 to help us come up with a plan. Departments within the city that helped us include Public Works, the Police Department, and Communications. We also went out and engaged the community. We were at the Snowfest Community Workshop where we had a table set up and we got feedback on maps from community members. We also attended the Heart Healthy Walk and had a survey. We also had an interactive safety map where users were able to put icons in the map throughout the city, giving us recommendations. And we had an online survey where we collected 231 responses, which is the best that I've seen from a municipality in my experience. So I just really want to thank the residents of North Miami Beach for participating in that survey, because that's an incredible response rate. On the left, you can see the interactive safety map that we used on the website. And then our survey was also distributed in different languages, including Spanish and Creole. And that's the equity portion of this project. From the survey, we got feedback. And one of the important things was that, people feel the most safest driving and the least safest using transit. And they felt very unsafe while biking and walking. So what are these perceived causes of unsafe conditions? So based on our survey responses, drivers making poor decisions. And this goes with driver behavior, which is a very big issue when it comes to safety. People are human. We're going to make mistakes. So how do we engineer and how do we build a transportation system that can account for that human and driver error? Top safety concerns, again, driver behavior, bicycle and pedestrian safety, and roadway design. And this was very interesting to me, was the preferred safety interventions. So first is the built environment and design. So that's your infrastructure. Second was increased enforcement. So the residents do want to see increased enforcement out there. And then traffic safety education, which we can do through safety campaigns. So the plan, the safety action plan, has some recommended projects and an implementation timeline. We use data-driven prioritization to figure out where are the intersections and corridors that most need to be improved based on crash data and that speed data collected. We have safety and enhancement focused. You know, where's the pedestrian safety needed? Where are signal upgrades needed and traffic calming? And then we looked at cost and how long it would take to implement some of these improvements. We want to target improvements on the high injury network that I showed earlier based on the crash data. We want to explore policies for electric scooters. When we were coordinating with the police department, electric bikes and scooters was one concern that they really stressed to us, particularly on Northeast 163rd Street. This is something that's happening all throughout the state with electric scooters and bicycles becoming more popular and regulation and ordinances just not being able to keep up. And they go a lot faster than your traditional bike. So drivers have a hard time seeing them and accounting for them. So how can the city start thinking about that and implementing safety for them as well? Northeast 163rd and 167th Street has a lot of pedestrians crossing at not correct locations. So how can we encourage crossing at crosswalks? And then driver education workshops and social media campaigns. District 6 at FDOT has a lot of social media campaigns that the city can also utilize to try to help push safety messages to our residents. So the first year that this plan is adopted and implemented, we need to have a Vision Zero task force, which is going to be a lot like the Safety Action Plan task force, in order to ensure that we are moving forward and moving towards this goal. So the goal is to reach 0 fatalities by 2050. And how will we know that we've done that? So we will have to have a dashboard that would be available to the public, and every year we will update how many fatal and serious crashes are occurring within the city. Other recommended projects and policies would be, establishing an ordinance for electric scooters, coming up with a plan to do traffic calming based on data-driven information. And then doing long-term public engagement and enforcement. So the Safety Action Plan is using data-driven strategies to help identify high-risk areas to support targeted safety improvements. There's a large community engagement factor that's involved. It's everybody's responsibility, and we want to take a holistic approach and really use education and engagement. And then we want to prioritize safety projects that are going to key in on vulnerable users and really help us eliminate those fatal and serious injury crashes. And this should help us reach our goal, Vision Zero, of 0 traffic fatalities by 2050. And then I just want to say that I've been working with Gregory Christian. He's our city project manager and Public Works.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, just to clarify, we voted on setting the agenda, not the consent. So just, City Attorney made that clear. Madam Clerk, next item is public comment. Is open.
The Mayor and Commission of the City of North Miami Beach has opened the meeting for public comment at this time. There is a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Speaker will be called to the podium. Please state your name or the name of the organization which you are representing. The Mayor and Commission of the City of North Miami Beach recognizes the importance of civility. The City of North Miami Beach requests that all in attendance exercise civility towards each other. We have Tammy Fox and then Dr. Stacy Roskin.
Good evening. First of all, I want to thank you all for serving the city. It's a really honorable job that you are all doing. And I especially want to thank my good friend Phyllis, who
Excuse
I
me,
have really
Speaker.
leaned on this last month, not knowing that you're sick. It's being part of us, not knowing that you were sick, not feeling well, for being a part of a SPOA. Dr. Roskin is head of a SPOA. I'm taking the lead on beautification for a
Speaker,
SPOA.
can you please state your name for the record?
I'm sorry, I'm Tammy Fox-Izikoff, and I live in Eastern Shores. I also want to thank Hassan El Qasim, Maria Furry, and Marlene Monestein for always being there and stepping up to the plate whenever we need them. Our area, Eastern Shores, is not as beautiful as it once was. We are having some serious issues, and I think collectively we feel largely ignored by the city. We had that huge water project which gutted our roads, our landscaping, our lighting, and we do not have the landscaping back. I understand that it's being worked on thanks to Maria and Marlene, but it hasn't come back yet. A number of trees were killed through the turmoil of the process. They need TLC. But besides that, we have a horrible problem with flooding. Since the water project repaved the roads, I walk 5 to 8 miles every morning, very early in the morning, and there are times the roads are impassable. They are so full of water, they are literally impassable. I know that Commissioner Smuckler has noticed it because she has it outside her driveway. I live next to her, and it is, you can swim in it. That's how bad it is. We have a problem with our cables. All through the neighborhood, we have cable lines that are down. I'm 5'4", I can touch them. That's not code, you guys. There's a problem. And it's really unsightly. For those of you who went to Japan, it's one of my favorite countries. It's beautiful, it's clean. Our area looks more like Nepal, where there are wires all over the place, jerry-rigged to trees. It's not even conceivable how this can be permitted to happen. I have tried every avenue. I have exhausted every effort to try to get these cables taken care of, and they are not being taken care of. Marlene Monestein went out with me, drove around, and said, this is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. Some of the FPL wires are even jerry-rigged to trees. We have a problem with Airbnbs. I walk at 4:30 in the morning. That's when the parties are ending. I see prostitutes. The smell of marijuana on the streets is overwhelming. The music is still going at 4:30 in the morning. And I call code enforcement, and they said, we send somebody out there, and they said, the owner is letting us stay there. Come on. And then there's no cars there for a week, and then there's a Labor Day weekend, and there's 4 cars, or actually more like 12 cars. We have a serious problem with Airbnbs. We have a problem with grass. The code says the swales are supposed to be grass, not dirt. On the eastern side of Eastern Shores, I drove through the area with Marlene, almost all the swales are dirt. And Eden Isles is the biggest culprit. Lastly, buried lines. We are not on any list to get buried lines. North Miami is getting buried lines. Shores, buried lines. Sunny Isles, buried lines. I just have to add one thing. Electric scooters, got to also address electric bicycles.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My better side. Phyllis, I'm going to have to stop wearing makeup, mascara. I just want to second what Commissioner Florimont said about being a superwoman. Yes. That's all I'm going to say. You've just been an inspiration, and you will continue to be. Sorry. Okay, as all of you know, I'm Stacy Roskin, president of SPOA, Eastern Shores Property Owners Association. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I'm following up on several concerns that have been raised in previous emails to the commissioners and city administrators over the past year. First and foremost, I want to emphasize the growing frustration among our residents regarding a number of longstanding issues in our community. Like Tammy was saying, these include unsightly and potential hazardous low-lying cables and electrical lines, abandoned properties, poor landscaping and sidewalk maintenance, and the deteriorating condition of our guard gates. Additionally, while we appreciated the long overdue replacement of our water pipes last year, the aftermath left much to be desired. Residents were left with severely damaged roads and destroyed landscaping for months, and despite some repairs, the restoration remains incomplete. Eastern Shore's residents have consistently supported development and improvements on the western side of the city. We are simply asking for equitable attention to our neighborhood. Considering the substantial tax revenue contributed by our community, there is a strong and growing sentiment that our concerns are not receiving the timely and serious attention they warrant. We do want to acknowledge and thank the code enforcement team and Marlene Monestein and Maria Ferre for their dedication and responsiveness. However, despite their efforts, residents are seeing little in the way of lasting solutions. After years of waiting, the community is tired of slow and temporary fixes. We would like to see swifter and more effective change. We are also requesting a formal update on the Texas U-turn feasibility study, and furthermore, due to ongoing concerns regarding the Deezer development, we request a meeting involving a few ASPOA board members, city officials, and representatives from the developer. The goal is to address traffic flow concerns and ensure that the project proceeds in a safe and responsible manner. We would like this to be arranged before the special meeting to approve their site plan. We remain committed to working collaboratively with the city to enhance our neighborhood, and we look forward to your response and to meaningful progress on these issues. Thank you.
Speaker.
Fabian Basabe, and then Karen Harold.
Before I begin, you're a warrior, and you know I know. Good evening, everyone. I'm Fabian Basabe. I proudly serve as the state representative to your neighboring cities of District 106. I'm here today because I was addressed by the mayor of your city publicly, and it's my nature and duty to show up and face this directly. The mayor wrote a guest essay about me in an advertiser-friendly blog. By doing this, he chose to insert himself into a matter having nothing to do with him, his city, or his district. This is hypocrisy. Neither he nor the city are in my district, yet he presumed to speak on issues which are none of his concern. North Miami Beach is in disarray. This city cannot keep a manager. Residents and even your own elected officials, past and present, continue to reach out to me for help. Your government has become inconsistent even in its own corruption. Dysfunction and dishonesty and extreme partisanship consistently define its leadership. The article written about me was inaccurate at its core. My recommendation to Bay Harbor Islands, which is within my district and does not concern North Miami Beach at all, does not touch on home rule. Local elected officials in my district made their decision freely and of their own will. That itself, in fact, exemplifies home rule. What's really happening here is fear. Fear that your own commission might exercise the same independence. So we see posturing and attempts at intimidation. This exposes the weakness of the establishment's diminishing grip in Miami-Dade County. The facts are plain. You already employ an establishment player as your attorney. You're considering a city manager tied to the same establishment that manipulates contracts. You politically pressure your own commission to approve no bid contracts when qualified people are ready and able to compete. That is corruption at its core. The arrogance of this defiance of what is honorable and decent is beyond me. And it's also beyond me how the voters have allowed this to continue. You are the vice chairman of the Democratic Party. Your behavior is too political for a nonpartisan position. I did not know you yesterday, but I see you now. I look directly at you, sir, and I see right through you. Mayor Joseph, you are out of line, out of place, and out of your league when you attempt to challenge match my integrity or my position in the united and decent society I live in and represent. To the commission members here and to the community listening, the political machine that you've been forced to live under is failed and broken. Their control is slipping. My district and the state will gladly help our neighbors.
As you may be aware, earlier this year, I communicated directly with your former city manager,
15
and
seconds.
I helped secure your latest appropriation request. I also assisted your newly elected state representative reaching across district and party lines so that North Miami Beach would not be left behind. North Miami Beach is a beautiful community, and it deserves much better. I wish you all good conscience and remembrance of why you're elected in the first place. Business as usual must change if you're ever to honor the people that you represent. This is not my district, nor do I represent your city. I would not even have come here tonight had your mayor not been so inappropriate. I believe in being a good neighbor, and I want the best for North Miami.
Thank you. Next speaker.
North Miami Beach.
Next speaker. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Karen Harold. I live in the city of North Miami Beach. Hello, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney, and City Clerk. First, Commissioner Smith, you are a gracious woman. Besides intelligent, multitasking galore, you are just epitome of what a gracious woman is. I love you. You should have a refuah shalema now. Okay. All right. A few observations. On May 20th, 2025, the NMB Commission meeting agenda had a removal of legislation item 11.6 by a commissioner. This was resolution number R 2025-66, approving the separation agreement between the City of NMB, Florida, and the City Manager, Mario A. Diaz, authorizing the mayor to execute the separation agreement, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. At 7:02 p.m., the commissioner who put this item on the agenda removed it, 11.6, and the changes to the agenda were voted on and approved by the commission. At 11:42 p.m., item 9.11 was introduced. This was Resolution NR 2025-59, appointing Andrew Plotkin to serve as interim city manager effective 6/14/25. This was amended to move the effective date to May 21st, 2025, and the amended portion was passed. This led to a discussion that if changing the date would affect the contract with the city manager, and our city attorney said that it would leave a hole. The question of point was if this would be firing the city manager. To me, it looked like a breakdown in communication then began. Voices raised, pointed words said negatively, and over an hour of discussion occurred regarding what 11.6 was about, which everyone approved it being removed from the agenda. 9.11 was not voted on with the new amendment. Only the amended date passed. And on this, the commissioner, after hearing the above discussion, who voted yes to the amended date, said she wanted to not support changing the date, which would mean the addition of the amended date did not pass, and it was back to the original 9.11. The city manager discussion should not have taken place. There was no public comment on this. Residents did have opinions that they wanted to share. Because it was removed, they didn't. This is lack of transparency, similar to lack of transparency on the trolley vote. When a new city manager is selected, please, no friends or family to keep accountability first and foremost. Make sure they have the experience needed, came from a previous position that shows they have good communication skills between staff, departments under their management, and elected officials and actually live in our city. Regarding our previous manager's evaluation from the financial audit memo of September 8, 2025, which explains why we had a failed audit, as stated, the responsibility for maintaining timely and compliant financial reporting ultimately rests with city management and his designated financial leadership. The deadlines were missed.
Time.
Can I finish? A little bit more.
I'll give you 30 seconds, please.
Okay, because they just went without asking. I was giving you the respect.
Please.
The responsibility for maintaining timely and compliant financial reporting ultimately rests with city management and its designated financial leadership. Deadlines were missed, delayed key internal controls and reconciliations were among the reasons of the failed audit. The FY24 audit timeline did not begin in earnest until late Q1 2025. Why was the previous city manager, whom the report highlights the failures of in the audit, given a new job with benefits, especially after he resigned? Why are accolades being given for causing a negative effect with the actual potential monetary loss to our city occurred under his management? Transparency, once again, has become murky. We, the residents, pay the price of failed leadership. We expect you, our elected leaders, to do better. Our city is worth it. Please believe in us and put our residents before politics. I met Daniel outside from Planning and Zoning, or Building, whatever it's called. He's amazing. You have a real jewel over there.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Tricia Harris, and then former Commissioner Barbara Kramer.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here to represent Highland Village today regarding the flooding. Recently, just a couple of days ago,
Please state your name.
my name is
No.
Tricia Harris.
Thank you.
I'm from Highland Village. Okay, back to the thing. The other day, Highland Village flooded, and the first two streets were flooded with white sand that came from the project that's right behind 137th Street. That is a North Miami project. They built a project, a school, right behind the 22nd Avenue and 137th Street. And it is approximately 8 foot higher than we are. Their water is supposed to be collective on their property. Well, if that was true and it was being collected on their property, Highland Village would not have white sand in it on the first two streets. I took pictures, people sent pictures. Now I'm assuming that our drains are full of white sand because today with the light rain we had, we flooded. I have new pictures. So I know that it's coming in. I have been discussing this with different people, that this project is going to help flood Highland Village more than we already flood. And I know that we have a project in the realm. I apologize that I'm a little bit off. I had an accident, so I'm fine, but I'm a little bit slower at conversation. So the whole point is I've spoken to different people about this. They opened up 139th Street and 20th Place, I believe it is, where the school is coming out, and it is at a 90-degree angle coming into Highland Village. The water is going to run in there too. Now, when that floods, we won't be able to get out of Highland Village because we only have 3 ways in, 3 ways out. Highland Drive, 139th, and 140th. If it floods on that corner, we will not be able to get out of 139th or 140th because we won't be able to get, I'm talking about a low-riding car, not the trucks and the SUVs, but a low-riding car will not be able to go through the mud puddles. Even this evening when it rained, the roundabout was full of water. I mean, I had to like go up on the, what do you call it?
Median.
The median to get my car so that I didn't flood out my car. And I do believe that my car got wet during the last thing because now my electrical in my car is acting up. So we really need somebody to assist with this project and help us fight North Miami on this. Because as one resident, I can't go and talk to North Miami by myself. So we need North Miami Beach to defend us in this. And I've been living there for multiple years of my life. I've seen the changes. I know what happens before other people do.
Thank you.
I understand you guys have great engineers. I have no problems with anybody. But, you know, we're going to pay to clean out these drains, but that's North Miami's stuff. And those drains need to be cleaned like ASAP because we are in hurricane season. So I thank you for your time. I would like 1 second if it's over. Phyllis, you've got my heart. You know I'm a survivor. I kicked it, you'll kick it.
Amen.
And I love you. I know you said you didn't want to talk about it, but I had to say my piece.
To the manager's office, I know that there's a problem, obviously, that North Miami is doing that's affecting us. Can we somehow communicate with North Miami, meet with North Miami to figure a solution to this?
We've actually been in conversation with Ms. Trish. She did share the images with me. We reached out to my city of North Miami. It's actually a project that's an unincorporated. We learned that today, and so we'll be in touch with them as early as tomorrow morning, if not already, so that we can address it.
All right, thank you.
And as far as the drains, Public Works are aware, and whatever we need to do, there's currently, whatever we need to do to relieve the drains, we'll be ready to do that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Before the next speaker, I wanted to kind of piggyback on the flooding right now. Are we providing them with any sandbags and additional lighting in that area since it gets really dark? And I'm not sure if we're doing any other mitigation besides for Highland Village.
That's something we can definitely look into, and we'll get with the Public Works team. I know we do have sandbags, so we can definitely do some type of distribution if that's the will. Carlene, got a note? Thank you.
Good evening, Barbara Kramer. I don't know, I just did this, so hopefully I can read it. Phyllis, you are a trooper, and I'm wishing you strength, speedy, and an easy and complete recovery, which I know you will kick this in the butt. I want to say thank you to State Representative Basabe for saying what so many don't. I read the same article as you did. It was total posturing, indeed. The beautification in the city is sorely missing. Eastern Shores is an abomination, and two of our homeowners that mentioned it earlier. I've complained in emails about the unsightliness of our city, including rusting and rotting bus shelters, cardboard signs, falling apart signs, dirt in swales, swales full of weeds, graffitis on buildings, storefront violations in our commercial corridor, and so much more. So I really think the city needs to get on a bus and drive around. I'd love to be in the front seat and show you what I don't think many people are seeing here. It's not nice. This isn't where our city should be. And yet you keep giving money away for other things. So, you know, we need to take more pride in our city and take care of the way it looks. And speaking of giving money away, I know that you're giving these water discounts to residents, but, you know, quite frankly, and I see that you lowered it so maybe more people, instead of the 10%, I guess it'll be 5%, perhaps, so more people can get on board. But meanwhile, this morning, you guys were, or most of you were downtown at the Stephen P. Clark building listening to Commissioner Gilbert, who is really fighting us on the surcharges, and yet we're giving ourselves discounts. I don't think that's a smart strategy, and I think this is going to bite us in the butt. It's very concerning, and you know, I don't know. I don't think it's been thoughtfully thought through, and I think you should do that before you vote on it. Last but not least, happy Rosh Hashanah, health and peace for everyone, and an easy fast for Yom Kippur, and long live Israel. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Leslie Sardinia, and then Bruce Lamberto.
Leslie Sardinia, Eastern Shores. Phyllis, I love you. You're the best. You're the best animal activist with me. Love you. I know you got this. Yes, I'm going to say exactly what Tammy and Stacy were saying. Eastern Shores is quite a mess. The asphalt they poured on my street, 29th Avenue, was not smooth. They poured the asphalt on my wall. The paint bubbled up on the side. They tore down my hedges. I have reported it, but nobody has done anything about it. So that's one of the issues. Also, I do appreciate that the flooding is horrible. It's been really bad since they paved the streets. I do appreciate them coming and cleaning the drains yesterday. That was really helpful. Got out there pretty quickly and did that. So I do appreciate that. The Airbnbs are crazy. George's old house, I have pictures. I mean, I can know it's going to happen. There's cars everywhere. They're parked in the street. And I know it's going to happen. I call code and I tell code, this is what's going to happen. On Monday, there's going to be trash on the ground that didn't get picked up, and there's boxes everywhere. And sure enough, that's what it was. And our neighbors do say, Dane and Yuri, that the pot smoke and the smell and the music all night long is really an issue, and that's not what it's supposed to be there in Eastern Shores, or anywhere, not just Eastern Shores. The other thing is that I just wanted to say also someone showed that there's the FP&L poles on 35th. Instead of filling around it with cement, they poured asphalt. So you have the cement sidewalk, but then you've got asphalt poured around the pole. That just really doesn't make any sense at all. And the one last thing I did notice on 9.9 here, that you are getting 3 proposals for your towing company, but that's not what you did for your trolley situation. So, thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening. Bruce Lamberto, Eastern Shores. To piggyback off of what Barbara Kramer was saying about this water issue, did you say now it's going to be it's for all customers, or is it still just confined to residents? What was your amendment?
There are 2 different programs that were outlined. One is the discount for it's an amount that's capped. The second one, which is the one for, I think it's automatic payment if you sign up for it, will be for all customers.
Oh, okay. To give just a discount to our seniors in North Miami Beach, again, this is piggybacking off of what she said. Here we are, we're fighting a battle with Miami Gardens over the surcharge, the money that we charge Miami Gardens and the unincorporated areas, and then to kind of poking your finger in his eye by further discounting us, certain residents. I'm a senior, so I would be affected by this, but I'd rather see that not happen and give that discount on our property taxes. Lower the millage rate. That affects everybody in the city. If you're renting or you're owning, a lower property tax turns into a lower rent or less of a rent increase, and then also it helps the residents who have to pay for their property taxes. Again, I don't think this discount on certain groups of water. The problem is half the seniors in our city live in condos, and condos only have 1 meter. So how are you going to give a water discount to certain people in the building on it? It's all part of their condo fee. So I don't think that's been thought out as well. Finally, this flooding issue that you've heard about in Eastern Shores and then over there in Highland Village. Over the years, a lot of construction has taken place in our Eastern Shores neighborhood. Probably 20% of the houses have been demolished and replaced. There's all this construction dust and dirt gets washed into the catch basins. And then what happens is when it gets built up there, it goes into the horizontal pipes that go out into the canals, so they get backed up. So when we do have these major rainstorms, the water doesn't really flow well. So it really we have a couple of vacuum trucks, these big trucks with the huge vacuums on it. They really need to spend some time over there, not just doing 1 or 2 catch basins, but basically doing the whole entire neighborhood. Same thing in Highland Village. Clean the catch basins, and then they have to run a hose into each one of the horizontal pipes to wash them out so that when the floods do come, it does drain. So the paving issue over there, they really didn't do major street paving in Eastern Shores. They just basically took an inch of asphalt off the existing roadway and added an inch back. So a lot of this is basically related to the
15
stormwater.
seconds.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Just, if I may, to Dr. Raskin and to Bruce, I have a discussion item about the asphalt work done in Eastern Shores. It's towards the end of the meeting, but there is a discussion item on that.
All right.
Mr. Kazan?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mubarak Kazan. Kudos to Phyllis. I called. She did not answer, and that was quite unusual. And when she finally did, she says, "Kazan, I love you." I'm like, I thought that was given. You don't have to say. We know that you love us and we love you. And wish you a speedy recovery. Kudos to Fabian Basabe. He was right on cue. We need more of him, speakers like him coming up. That would keep down the nonsense that goes on. I'm not going to say corruption. He did say corruption, but maybe it's that. But we need to keep that down. We need to keep it out the city, to keep our city off the list of this most corrupt city. The most corrupt city. That's the list that we are proud of. You guys have to change your act. Unsolicited proposals. Ordinance 2025-07 is coming up. The mayor would not allow us to speak, so I'm going to speak on that for a few seconds. That is going to harbor more corruption than it already is, not only in our city, in the county, and in the state as well. I can anticipate the, can I get your attention, please? I can anticipate the theater being given away, and more parks being given away, more buildings being given away, the library being given away, all because of this unsolicited proposal. Then I heard at the last meeting that you had, we have $8 million reserves in the building department. And you do not know what to do with that money because it's in an enterprise fund. Well, I looked at the PowerPoint, and I did not see that in the enterprise fund. There are other things in the enterprise fund except that. And in 2023, the NMB PD pension was $8 million underfunded in a deficit. And a lot of that money should be going into servicing the pension, unless you want to defund the police. Unless you want to defund the police, you're not going to be funding their pensions. And what I was told is that we're 5th from the bottom of the state in funding the police pension, our police pension. Do not defund the police pension. And our alleyways, here in Eastern Shores, crying out, I'm going to cry out as well too. Our alleyways south of 159, not where the mayor lives. Mayor, I checked your alleyways, they're pretty much pristine condition. But where I'm living, 159th Street, south of 159th Street, it's a wreck. I called one of the gentlemen in charge, he cleared up one, and there's more to go. I would ask the employees, as Commissioner Chernoff was saying, please, drive around in your vehicles. Take a look at our city. Our city is paying your salaries. And if you do not take care of your city, okay, you do not deserve a raise. I'm telling you that. Our alleyways is in a wreck where I am. And I thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mr. Mayor, that was the last time speaker.
All right, seeing closing public comment. Next item is announcements, Communications Department.
We will have the announcements just now. Take it away, AV.
All right.
Welcome to the City of North Miami Beach events for September 2025. Get ready for a month full of community, culture, and connection. Join the City of North Miami Beach Economic Development Department for their quarterly business luncheon. Let's get to it, the basics of business. On Tuesday, September 9th, from 11:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Yes Center. Enjoy practical business insights, networking opportunities, and tools to help your business grow. Space is limited, so register today online or contact the Economic Development Department for more information. Take care of your DMV needs right in your city. On Thursday, September 11th, the DMV will be available at the Julius Littman Performing Arts Theater from 9:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. This convenient on-site visit is open to the public and residents. Do not miss the opportunity. Schedule your appointment today by calling 305-948-2921. Have questions about the NMB line shuttle service? Come to the community outreach meeting on Saturday, September 13th from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. at the North Miami Beach Public Library. Learn about upcoming route changes, faster and more reliable transit options, and new features to enhance your riding experience. Your feedback is essential to help shape the future of transit in our city. Get ready to dance at Salsa on the Plaza on Monday, September 15th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the NMB Police Plaza. Beginners and experienced dancers alike can enjoy an evening of music, movement, and community fun. Sponsored by Commissioner Daniela Jean. This event is free and open to everyone. North Miami Beach invites you to Farm Share, a free community food distribution event on Thursday, September 18th from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. at the Kevin R. Sims Aquatic Center. Fresh groceries will be available through drive-through and walk-up service, distributed on a first-come, first-served basis. No registration is required, so arrive early to secure your share of nutritious food. Celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month at Dale NMB on Saturday, September 20th from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. at the North Miami Beach Library. Experience live music and dancing. Explore art exhibits and enjoy performances that showcase rich traditions. Sample delicious food from different countries and take part in many other activities and surprises throughout the event. This free event is open to everyone. Bring your family and friends to celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month together in North Miami Beach. Mark your calendar for the senior luncheon on Friday, September 26th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Marjorie and William McDonald Center. Enjoy a delicious lunch, raffles, prizes, and time to connect with friends and neighbors, so be sure to register early. Join free community Zumba with the City of North Miami Beach Parks and Recreation Department. This fun, energetic class is open to all ages and experience levels. Held the first Wednesday of every month from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. at the Ulita Park Community Center. For more information, call 305-948-2957 or email nmbparks@citynmb.com. Join the Domestic Violence Awareness 5K Run and Walk on Saturday, October 4th at 8 a.m., starting at the North Miami Beach Police Department. Enjoy food trucks and support a great cause. All proceeds benefit Safe Space Foundation. For more information, call 305-948-2940. Together we walk, together we run, and stand against domestic violence. Celebrate history at the North Miami Beach Centennial Commencement Reception on Saturday, October 4th from 6:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. at City Hall. Be part of the unveiling of the Centennial logo. Watch the premiere of the Centennial short film and join a special community reception. This free event is open to everyone. Do not miss this historic celebration. The UMC Mobile Clinic will be in North Miami Beach on Sunday, October 5th from 1:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. behind City Hall. Receive free services including primary care, pediatrics, mental health support, blood pressure and diabetes checks, eye exams, and referrals. No insurance or appointment needed. Call 786-932-4481 for details. Do not forget these important dates. Tuesday, September 9th, public hearing number 1 for fiscal year 2025-26 proposed budget. Monday, September 29th, final public hearing number 2, fiscal year 2025-26. Stay informed and have your voice heard in shaping the future of North Miami Beach. That's your lineup of the City of North Miami Beach events. For more information on any event, check the city's website or contact the listed departments directly. Join us, connect with your community, and make this month unforgettable.
Thank you, communications. Next up, it is our city commission reports. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Chernoff.
Good evening, everybody. Mr. Manager, we heard a lot tonight about drains being clogged or not sucked out. Can we please make sure? And also, I've been working with Maria and Marlene on a lot of the Eastern Shores issues. We need to address them. And the low-lying, we have a problem in our city with the poles. All of our poles are unsightly. And when I mean unsightly, if they don't have a low-lying line, they have 12 extra lines hanging on the bottom. And we need to, AT&T, Comcast, whoever it is, to come and check all the poles and get rid of those bunched up lines on the bottom of the poles. And every one of them in my neighborhood has that all over it. And I'm sure it's in everybody else's neighborhood too. And that is kind of the sense of what's going on and why we're not taking care of business. When that's been, however long Maria's been on, we've been trying to get a hold of that and fix that. So please, let's give it some thought. Thank you. Phyllis, I wish you a speedy recovery, and I wish you the fastest time to ever ring the bell, okay? All right, Chief, congratulations to the police department for a swift arrest in the Melvin Vick situation. He was murdered outside of City Hall, and within 2 or 3 days, we arrested 4 perps, right? 4 people on it. So congratulations to the North Miami Beach Police Department. Condolences to Antonio Ortega's family and to Melvin Victor's family. This is something that neither family should be dealing with, and unfortunately they are. We've lost 2 great employees, and it's a sad day in North Miami Beach when we have to deal with that last week. Congratulations to Andres. She hosted the City Clerks Conference here in our McDonald Center, and she was the rave of the clerks. They couldn't believe what a beautiful city we had and how well we were doing a presentation. So congratulations to Andres for putting that on. And finally, a Happy New Year to all the Jewish residents, and an easy fast is wished on all of you. Thank you.
Commissioner Florimon.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Also thank you to our staff and everyone that was honored earlier this afternoon during our commission conference for all of your hard work. And I want to echo what Commissioner Chernoff said to our police department. Thank you for your hard work in helping advance justice for the Victor family. And to our employees, we stand with you. We know that it's been a very hard couple of weeks, and we stand with you and the families of Mr. Ortega and also Mr. Victor, and we keep them in our prayers. Happy Rosh Hashanah. Easy fast. I got my, blue on. So easy fast to you all that are observing Rosh Hashanah, and also to our police department. I know that we are doing everything within our power to make sure that our community is safe during this time of year. So whatever we need to do, we have your back to support our Jewish community and making sure that they have a safe holiday. In addition to that, I know we have a lot of events coming up. Looking forward to those. Looking forward to also an expedient meeting. And we keep talking. We keep hearing some of the same sentiments. And I'm going to repeat it again, that we need to look at a way to address each neighborhood in a noticeable fashion. We keep hearing some of the requests. So, I hope that our management team can find a way, while making sure that we assist every neighborhood, but to really focus on some of the concerns in Eastern Shores and some of the other areas that have been mentioned as well, so that we can see some noticeable differences in those areas. So with that, looking forward to an expedient meeting and coming together on this agenda and making sure that we continue to represent our residents very well. Thank you.
Commissioner Smith?
Thank you so much. This is going to be unusual. I'm going to ask you to remember what Kassan said. But remember, he said he called and I didn't answer, but the next sentence was, and I called him back. I'm here. I'm always going to be here, so know that. Mr. Manager, I'm having a difficult time understanding how it takes so long and how we don't have enough teeth that I get pictures again of thrown out sofas and thrown out garbage again and again. So when you say we should go neighborhood by neighborhood, there's not a neighborhood that's more important than another. So Eastern Shores has problems in the fact that there are people driving around with $2 million in cars, and they have to go through the muck to get to their car. So that needs to be addressed. It has nothing to do with money. It has to do with the quality of the neighborhoods. Behind us, we have condominiums and apartment buildings. They shouldn't have to go out their door and see piles of garbage. We need to coordinate departments, whether it's larger fines, whether it's liens. We need to put a real bite on this, and we need to nip it now. I want to say another thing that I think is important is the budget. You know, tomorrow night it's your opportunity. I don't know that I'll be here. I was invited to my personal physician's 60th birthday party. Maybe she doesn't want me to tell you how old she is. But anyway, it's very small, just family, and I don't know that I should miss that. But I will tell you, this budget has to have money for the residents, has to have money for the cleanup, has to have money to make a better city. And so all the talk and conversation we do and how much we put here and we're going to have another festival and let's do that. Let's talk about the residents having a beautiful city. These are things that are on our mind because they're not just today. Unfortunately, they fall by the wayside the minute we leave this room. And that's where the problem is. We have to put teeth in this and we have to show the public we're making a difference. So whatever that takes, I'm here to champion it. I'm here to push it forward, and I think that's an important thing. I definitely want to thank the public for your patience. I want to thank my staff. I want to thank my colleagues. And the most important thing of all is I want you to have a beautiful new year. Happy, healthy to all of us. Jewish or not, it's a new year starting in one religion. Let's all start it with a good year, and thank you very much. Love you all.
Commissioner Smuggler?
Good evening. My sympathies as well go out to the family of Melvin Victor and Antonio Ortega, not just the family, their friends, and to the NMB family. The NMB family has taken this also very much at heart.
Ditto that. Thank you.
And but thank you. Listen, our NMBPD rocks, okay? In 2 weeks? How long did it take?
4 days, you got one.
No, from the passing of Mr. Victor until we got the first one was...
Was it 2 weeks? I thought it was like 4 days.
It felt like it. Okay, so in under 2 weeks,
Still fast.
NMBPD rocks. So, actually, you know what? Let's applaud NMBPD. Come on. What? Okay. You know, back in March, actually, Commissioner Smith was with me in Tallahassee. We had the honor of meeting David Schechter, a 96-year-old Holocaust survivor. He was forced onto cattle trains at age 11 and spent 4 years in Auschwitz, and he passed away last week. So he spent his life making sure that no one forgets what happened at the Holocaust. So please, there's few people left that can tell his story, and let's continue his story, and let's not forget. Want to wish everyone a happy New Year, an easy fast on Yom Kippur, and a happy Simchat Torah, and a happy Sukkot. And Commissioner Smith, you're right. If you feel something, do something about it. And we spoke about this maybe a week or two ago when I told you that I felt there was something off with my broken leg, and I went to the doctor, and I was right. So yes, if you feel something is off, your body. If your body is telling you something is wrong, go to the doctor. It's important. And as always, thank you, PD, for taking care of our families, our residents, our visitors. And you know what? Thank you to NMB employees who also take care of our residents, our families, and our businesses. Thank you, everyone, and have a rest of a good night. And when you drive home later, make sure you're driving safe, because some roads are flooded, especially the ones in Eastern Shores and Highland Village. That's it.
Commissioner Sue?
Yeah, Commissioner Jean, and then I'll read the statement.
Okay. Vice Mayor Jean?
Good evening, everyone. I think all the sentiments that I have been well expressed. Commissioner Smith, my thoughts and prayers are with you. My mom just ended a year of battling cancer, so our prayers are definitely with you. There's so much to say. I just want to encourage our residents and also our employees, because this is a very tough time. We have a lot to do. It's compounding, and health is wealth. So take care of yourself first and foremost, because if you're not well physically, emotionally, you can't come here and tackle these issues. As it relates to Eastern Shores, I know there's been a running progress report of sorts of all the items and the different tasks that need to be tackled. Is there a way that we can get an official report? I know that there's a discussion item later on, but if we can get an official report to kind of keep tabs with the progress that's being made, I think that would be a great step forward. Something that we all can see and that we all can champion in our different ways. And again, just my thoughts is that we continue to be very vigilant with the task. I had someone reach out to me about the FPL substation that was overgrown. I ended up having to call FPL myself to get that particular area taken care of. So there's so many areas around the city. I know that Commissioner Chernoff had also mentioned a drive around. And I don't think that drive around ever happened. It's obvious that it didn't. So when we do give these directives from the dais, it's for you guys to actually execute on these things. So thank you.
Thank you. We do have a statement from Commissioner Sue. We'll add it to the record. You have, Madam Clerk, and now for my statements, I echo the same sentiments. Commissioner Smith, we are here as one commission and pray for a speedy recovery. Happy New Year, and I pray for a speedy commission meeting. Thank you so very much. Next item, I added it to the record. Thank you. I'm moving. Okay. I've already motioned it. Madam Clerk, next item, please. Thank you.
We're moving to the consent agenda.
Yes, thank you.
We want to ask the attorney to read in.
City Attorney, please.
Okay, City Attorney reporting on the consent agenda. Item 9.1 is Commission Conference Minutes for July 15, 2025. Item 9.2, Regular Commission Meeting Minutes of July 15, 2025. Item 9.3, Special Commission Meeting Minutes of July 24, 2025. Item 9.4, Special Commission Meeting Minutes of July 29th, 2025. Item 9.5, Budget Workshop Minutes of August 6, 2025. Item 9.6, budget workshop minutes of August 19, 2025. Item 9.7, budget workshop minutes of August 26, 2025. Item 9.8, resolution number 2025-115, establishing the NMB Water Relief Act, sponsored by Mayor Michael Joseph, Commissioner Phyllis Smith, and Commissioner Fortuna Smuckler. And this is as amended, to remind you. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, authorizing the creation and implementation of the NMB Water Relief Act to provide discounts on water bills for North Miami Beach water recipients qualifying for certain real property tax exemptions from the state of Florida, and to provide discounts on water bills for North Miami Beach residents. That's changed. It's now all customers that enroll in automatic water bill payments, providing for incorporation of recitals, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.9, resolution number R 2025-116, resolution to award towing services, sponsored by the Chief of Police. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving the ranking of the 3 most qualified firms that responded to request for proposals RFP number 2025-026-KC, towing services, and authorizing the city manager to execute agreements with the selected firms and providing for an effective date. Item 9.10, resolution number R 2025-117, approving a task order for staff augmentation and engineering consulting services with the engineering company LLC, sponsored by the interim public works director. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a task order between the city and the engineering company LLC for staff augmentation and engineering consulting services in a budgeted amount not to exceed $125,000, and authorizing the city manager or designated to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, subject to the budget appropriation and availability of funds, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.11, resolution number R 2025-118, approving a purchase order for multi-chemistry analyzer with Seal Analytical, Inc., sponsored by the NMB Water Director. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission in the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a purchase order with Seal Analytical, Inc. for the sole source purchase of that's a Q, I think, -400 automated multi-chemistry analyzer in an amount not to exceed $53,320, authorizing the city manager or designated to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, subject to the budget appropriation and availability of funds, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.12, resolution number R 2025-119, approving the purchase of a BURMAD control valve with PSI Technologies for NMB Water, sponsored by the NMB Water Director. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a purchase order with PSI Technologies, Inc. for the sole source purchase of a BURMAD control valve in an amount not to exceed $67,700, authorizing the city manager or designated to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, subject to the budget appropriation and availability of funds, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.13, resolution number R 2025-120, approving contract for citywide security guard services with Universal Protection Services, sponsored by the Chief of Police. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a contract between the city and Universal Protection Services, LLC, DBA Allied Universal Security Services, for citywide security guard services for an annual budgeted amount not to exceed $295,400, year one. Authorizing the city manager or designated to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.14, a resolution number R 2025-121, authorizing and approving the award of invitation to bid number ITB-2025-035 for school crossing guard services, sponsored by the Chief of Police. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the award of invitation to bid number ITB-2025-035, school crossing guard services, authorizing the city manager or designee to execute an agreement with the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution and subject to the budget appropriation and availability of funds, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.15, resolution number R 2025-122. Ratify purchase order with Smith Equipment Supply Company for the purchase of Scarab Maven Street sweeper truck, sponsored by the Interim Public Works Director. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a piggyback contract between the city and Smith Equipment Supply Company for the purchase of a Scarab Maven Street sweeper truck in an estimated amount not to exceed $399,600. Authorizing the city manager designating all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.16, resolution number R 2025-123, approving a purchase order for the purchase and buyback of firearms with Lawmen's and Shooters Supply, Inc., sponsored by the Chief of Police. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a purchase order between the city and Lawmen's and Shooters Supply, Inc., for purchase and buyback of firearms and a budgeted amount not to exceed $85,000. Authorizing the city manager designating to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.17, resolution number R 2025-124, approving and authorizing the one-year renewal of the turf and landscape maintenance agreement with the Florida Department of Transportation, sponsored by the Interim Public Works Director. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the city manager or designee to execute the one-year renewal term of the turf and landscape maintenance agreement between the City of North Miami Beach and the Florida Department of Transportation, FDOT, providing the terms and conditions for landscape maintenance and reimbursement of such maintenance services from the FDOT to the city, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.18, resolution number R 2025-125, approving additional contractor obligations with Coastal Waste and Recycling of Florida, Inc., sponsored by the Interim Assistant City Manager. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving additional contractor obligations of the agreement between the City of North Miami Beach and Coastal Waste and Recycling of Florida, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.19, resolution number R 2025-126, approving the Safety Action Plan, sponsored by the Interim Public Works Director. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, adopting the Safe Action Plan for transportation system safety, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, providing for an effective date. Item 9.20 was pulled for discussion after the consent agenda. Item 9.21, resolution number R 2025-128, approving the city manager to apply for the Florida Department of Transportation FDOT beautification grant, sponsored by the Interim Public Works Director. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, authorizing the city manager to apply for grant assistance under the Florida Department of Transportation Highway Beautification Grant, and to further execute any subsequent agreements or documents associated with the grant and reimbursement of project from the FDOT to the city, providing for incorporation of recitals and providing for an effective date. Item 9.22, resolution number R 2025-129, approving the award of the Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant, JAG, for Police Department crime scene equipment, sponsored by the Chief of Police. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, accepting a fiscal year 23 Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement Office of Criminal Justice Grants for the North Miami Beach Police Department for crime scene equipment, providing for authorization and providing for an effective date. Item 9.23 was pulled for discussion after the consent agenda. Item 9.24, resolution number R 2025-131, authorizing the city manager to apply for grant assistance under the division, I think that's 1, Library State Grant, sponsored by the Library Director, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, authorizing the city manager to apply for grant assistance under the Division of Library and Information Services of the Florida Department of State Public Library Construction Grant to construct, expand, or remodel, providing for incorporation of recitals and providing for an effective date. Item 9.25 was pulled for discussion after the consent agenda. Item 9.26 was pulled for discussion after the consent agenda. Item 9.27, resolution number R 2025-134, resolution to approve agreement for debt recovery services with Keystone Law Firm, PA, sponsored by Vice Mayor Daniela Jean. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing an agreement with Keystone Law Firm, PA, for debt recovery services, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, providing for an effective date. Item 9.28 was deferred by the manager to a later meeting. Item 9.29, resolution number R 2025-136, approving a purchase order for the purchase and installation of workstations with affordable interior systems, sponsored by the interim public works director. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a purchase order between the city and Affordable Interior Systems, Inc. for the purchase and installation of workstations in a budgeted amount not to exceed $218,431, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.30, resolution number R 2025-137, approving a purchase order for the purchase and installation of laboratory furnishings with Southeast Solutions Group, Inc., sponsored by the Water Director. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a purchase order between the city and Southwest Solutions Group, Inc. for the purchase and installation of laboratory furnishings in a budgeted amount not to exceed $160,000, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, providing for an effective date, and the add-on, which I will take to be resolution number R 2025-138, subject to later correction by the clerk if necessary. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission, sponsored by the Mayor. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, requiring that at least 30 days prior to being placed on a meeting or workshop agenda, any proposed agenda items or topics for discussion pertaining to or having any impact on NMB water be reviewed by the Task Force on Water Charges in the City Attorney's Office, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date. That is the consent agenda, Mr. Mayor.
Point of privilege, personal privilege, Mr. Mayor, if I can. So I wanted to put on the record, I know I had during my briefings, I had comments about the item, the water item.
Water relief?
Yes, the water relief item. I don't know if the staff remembers the comments that I made, the questions that I had.
I was told, Commissioner, that you had a question as to whether it was legal, and the answer for the record is yes, it is.
No, I had other questions as well.
Yes, ma'am.
But I'll put those on the record now. I think it's a forward-thinking legislation. However, we care. We have another program that Commissioner Florimont had brought forth to help our residents already. So I felt like there was a redundancy in that particular legislation. And like was mentioned during public comment, we also have to think about having an executive session about our water plant. And I think that's something that we can't just continue to kick down the road without being adults and having this conversation. The county is taking a position, and we've been very loose in the position that we're taking. So I don't know if I can hear from my colleagues on, that particular ask is for us to actually have a session where we're discussing how we're moving forward.
Well, just to clarify, executive session, there would have to be litigation.
Right. Or a shade is something that we can actually come together and have some sort of dialogue.
Workshop. Okay. So that being, understood. That's something I will follow up with the city clerk. That's something the task force is working on. We'll follow up. That being said, do I have a motion? Oh,
I want to make a comment on that. If you're talking about the one, because there were several items about the water, but if you're talking about the one where $50 is going to get given back to everybody, and that's to get people to become automated.
Automated, that's on.
So that's an incentive, so that, and it was originally designed only for North Miami Beach, and I said, no,
Open
we
up
need it
everybody.
for everybody to be automated to take away from staff. The other one, you know, I wasn't so sure I was in favor of that as well, and I reduced it from the 200 to 100 because I have to tell you, there's a yin and a yang with that. There is put your foot forward and show the users that you want to use. You want to help them. You want to put it on record you're thinking of them. There's also a water study. Yeah. And so I don't know what the benefit of that would be down the road. But it has to be a few things. It has to be homesteaded property. They have to apply. It's not going to be to everybody that uses our water. But if there's some kind of incentive, some kind of initiative that we legislate that shows the public we care, and if it's the second thing, okay too. I think that's an important issue right now because we are going to have to put our heads together and see what our next move is. And I think that we need the public behind us.
I agree with you, and I think that we should have had this discussion before putting something like this together. $15 goes a long way in some households. I get it, and I get the logic of having automation. That's important as well to be able to regulate how payments come in. But I do think, like, when we're spending that amount of money in the context that we're in, with legislation, with different things coming from the county level, state, and so forth, we should have been prudent in having that discussion openly to better move forward with the complicated future that we have ahead of us. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
I like very much, Commissioner and Vice Mayor, and I like very much the word that you say, let's have discussion. We didn't meet in August. We haven't met for a long time. We need to meet. We need to have discussions. 2 meetings a month, again, we say it over and over. And if nothing else, a meeting and a workshop a month, we say it over and over. It's not enough to sit here with the papers that are given to us by staff and say to the public, okay, we took care of you this month. We really have to take care of them as a team, and you can't do that unless we really make an effort to have 2 meetings where we can sit and be together and put our heads together and make a better city. I'm adamant about it, and I hate to be in the minority. I wish I was in the majority.
Well, so today, because I don't want to belabor the point because we have consent, I was at this commission meeting, went to Tallahassee, been going with my colleagues. We spoke on this item. It's been going ongoing. We're trying to protect as much as we can because it was shown to us, and I don't want to get too much in it because of how sensitive the issue is, how litigious it will be. But I want you to understand that our main priority is to protect the city, and we have continued to do so by showing up and defending it. I know all of us stand on that regard, and we have to show a united front. But also, there's a legal component that we have to adhere to, and be cognizant of the fact that there's a particular person that is just die hard to do one thing, and that's it. So from a legal standpoint, I want to just caution us in that. That's why there is a task force. But like we're in a very sensitive location. We're in a very sensitive place.
I agree with you, and I do want to say that you're the head of the city, but we're all here to put our input as well. And so when certain decisions are made, yes, they're made in a vacuum oftentimes, but we all have a say in how things go.
Understood.
So I just want to also put that on the record.
Thank you for that. That being said, do I have
Quick question about the quasi judicial item? Are you based on what you said? Item you use the R 2025-138, right? You use that for.
We haven't.
No.
If that number's taken, the clerk will have to renumber the other.
That's
one.
what I'm
That's a
asking.
very good question. That's why I said subject to the clerk.
Okay.
She'll have to go through whether she renumbers everything down or just assigns a number at the end, I leave to the clerk.
Doesn't make a difference, right?
One way or the other, we just
Okay.
need to
Just-
assign it a
just make-
number, and the clerk will do that.
Thank you for the clarity.
Do I have a motion? No, we have to, for the consent agenda. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right.
Opposed.
One opposed. Thank you. Next
Move
item.
to introduce resolution number R 2025-138.
Item 10.1, resolution number R 2025-138, consideration for a conditional use application for Mint Dispensary
Mayor?
locate, I'm sorry?
We were going to hear the items that were pulled.
Oh, you
first,
stand
yes,
correct.
yes, Commissioner Smith.
There were the pulled items. We have to go back.
Make a motion to introduce item
No, there's items that Commissioner Smith pulled.
2025-127.
Yes, but
You need a second for that, Mayor. That's the 5-year lease to own agreement with the citywide backup systems with
Right.
EDL. As soon as there's a second, I'll read it for the record. Item 9.2, resolution number R 2025-127, approving a 5-year lease to own agreement for the citywide backup systems with DDL Capital, introduced by the Chief Information Officer. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, to authorize a 5-year master lease agreement between the city and DDI Capital for the purchase of a data storage system in an amount not to exceed $500,000. Approving, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Madam Clerk, thank you for calling those to our attention.
Okay, so I pulled this because I had a question that they're on the second whereas on the second page, the first whereas where it says the finance department recognizes it is in the best interest of the city in the purchase of the data storage system. And they've identified who they're going to use. So I just questioned, was there a bid on that, or they just knew about that, or you piggybacked and that was what happened? Okay, so I pulled this. Usually, Mr. Attorney, I would call you, you would make the changes and put it in the record, but I was downtown all day and I didn't get a chance. So I'd like to, under section 2, add that it's for a 5-year period. It doesn't say it in any of the whereases, it doesn't say in the title, and it doesn't say it. I would like that to be identified in, that's the reason I pulled it.
Commissioner, that's for that part. I understand you may have other questions, but as
But
to
that was it. I'm done.
As to that part, it's a simple motion to amend by interlineation, and if the vice mayor will, since mayor stepped away, if you'll take that as a motion to amend, call for a second, we can
All
vote
right,
on
we
it.
have a motion. Do we call for a second?
Second.
Seconded?
If there's discussion, and if there's not, we can vote on the
Any
amendment.
discussion on this? No? Moving forward to vote, Madam Clerk?
No, you can do this one by,
Voice vote.
amendment by voice
We
vote.
could amend it by voice vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay.
So you just ask
All
for-
in favor?
She just,
Aye.
Aye.
all right. Let
Any
the record
opposed?
show.
The amendment passes, so the motion, the amendment is that it will specify, say again where you wanted to put it, Commissioner? Just for
I
the
just
record.
wanted to put that it's for a 5-year period where it said 500,000 on section 2.
Section 2, okay,
But
and
the
it will,
amount not to exceed 500,000 for a 5-year period.
it'll specify now as amended for a 5-year period, and at this time then, Vice Mayor, you can call for a final vote on that item as amended.
All right. Do I have a motion?
Make the motion.
Second? Second. Madam Clerk?
No, all in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
Passes.
Passes. Next
Make a
item.
motion to introduce resolution 2025-130.
Second.
Seconded.
Item 9.23, resolution number R 2025-130, approving the information technology IT governance policy introduced by the CIO, the Chief Information Officer. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, adopting a formal information technology governance policy to establish citywide standards for the acquisition, deployment, management, and oversight of all city technology resources and services, promoting strategic alignment, cybersecurity, performance monitoring, and cost efficiency, authorizing city manager or designee to implement and enforce the policy, to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Commissioner Smith?
Thank you so much. Through the Vice Mayor. If you read whereas, the second whereas, where it says the city acknowledges that decentralization and inconsistent technology procurement practices have resulted in system incompatibilities, duplicate software purchases, increased cybersecurity risk, and missed opportunities to leverage economics of scale and modern. I would like to add that we should have an annual review of this. I would like this to say that it has to have an annual review.
The way, I think the easiest way to do that, if I might, Commissioner, would be just after it says the language you quoted, to just add the following: to be reported upon annually by the administration to the City Commission.
I think we're better off because that they're not reporting. That wasn't a report. They were just telling you why they're checking on it and why it's so important. I think where we should just add is a whereas that the city will do an annual review of all of the equipment or all of the, what's the word?
Respectfully, Commissioner, it would be better, instead of doing it in the whereas clauses, to add it to one of the action sections like Section 2.
Okay, Section 2 doesn't apply. It doesn't say they're going to do anything there, so why would I say there's a review?
Let me look at the document for one
Internal
moment,
review.
Commissioner. Give me just a moment. I'll see if I can quote it up.
Put it on number 3.
It can go on number 3, certainly. I just said any of the sections, those are the action items. So we can add that language
Yes.
at the
Oh,
end
I'm
of
sorry,
section.
Vice Mayor, could we
Madam Vice Mayor,
could we recognize?
Yes, you've been recognized.
Ricardo Castillo, Chief Information Officer. Through the manager, Commissioner, we can add that annual reporting to the actual policy that we're trying to pass, as opposed to putting it on the whereas clause. That way it'll be a part of the policy that's being passed. That annual reporting shall be done.
Okay.
We can add it to the framework.
Okay, as long as it's done, I think that's, because we have fought, I mean, where the police spent a fortune on equipment and then it didn't match up with the equipment we had in the building. And I mean, it needs to be an annual review of what we have, what's working, and what we're buying to be compatible. So
Commissioner, if I might, and with deference, and certainly the Information Technology Director is correct that it can be added into the policy, but since you want it to be a directive, I'll go back to saying Section 2, and I would suggest it can go this way. The city hereby adopts the Information Technology Governance Policy substantially in the form attached hereto as Exhibit A, instead of a period, a comma, to include an annual report concerning the Information Technology Governance Policy to the City Commission. Or we can say an annual report to the City Commission
I
concerning.
don't see where you're looking, but if that's where you feel it goes.
It's Section 2 where it says we adopt the attached Information Technology Governance Policy. You can just, do you see Section 2?
Yeah, and my Section 2 over here just has the and ... That's all mine has. Dot.
What I have for Section 2 is the city hereby adopts the Information Technology Governance Policy substantially in the form attached here.
I don't have that. I have
So, Mr. Attorney, where can you add it so we can move forward? What would be the best place for it to be added in?
I just want to put it under 3 or put it in his.
Okay, we can put it under number 3, Commissioner, that's fine.
All right.
And
so
just
we-
add that it should be subject to an annual report to the City Commission.
Or in your policy, either way.
Commissioner Smith, you're all right with that?
Yes.
Any other questions?
No.
So we have a motion?
Motion to amend.
A motion to approve with the amendment?
I make a motion to.
Second.
All right, first and seconded.
You can do a voice vote on it.
Madam Clerk?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
It's amended now, and unless there's
Make a
further
motion
comment-
to vote, unless there's.
The next item?
No, make a motion to vote on the item.
As amended.
Second.
All right, let's approve it as amended. Do we have-
Second.
Okay, we have a first and second.
I said a second.
You can take-
Commissioner,
You can do voice vote on
Smucker already seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Right.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Next item.
Resolution number 2025-132, I make a motion.
Second.
Item 9.25, resolution number R 2025-132, approving the North Miami Beach Commission Redevelopment Agency fiscal year 2025-26 budget, sponsored by the Community Redevelopment Agency Director. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving the North Miami Beach Community Redevelopment Agency fiscal year 2025-26 budget, authorizing the city clerk or designee to transmit the budget to Miami-Dade County, authorizing the city manager or designee to take all action necessary to complete the approval process for the North Miami Beach Community Redevelopment Agency fiscal year 2025-26 budget, and providing for an effective date.
Commissioner Smith, did you want to lead the discussion? Or do we have a presentation?
I pulled this purposely because I wanted to vote no for it, and I didn't want to vote no for the entire consent agenda. So I make a motion for you to introduce it.
Second.
It's been introduced. Do we have any discussion, or we have a presentation? Or do we want to move to a vote?
I just pulled it so I could vote no. Thank you.
So this is the same item that you guys voted on 2 weeks ago, I believe, at the CRA meeting. It's just required to come before this board to be ratified, then has to go to the county commission to be ratified as well. So
Move to approve, Mr. Mayor.
Do I have a second? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
I wanted to make a comment after.
No, you got to make a call.
You got to
Make it now?
Are we voting on them or no?
No, we're voting. Okay, so no.
Yes, it's a yes for me.
Okay, so now you can have a point.
So the point of purpose.
Passes 5-1.
Yes.
Yeah, so to that point about, Adam, for you to put this on record for our next meeting, is that the beautification of the city, I know that was a point of contention for the board members of the CRA, that needs to be readdressed based on the policy approval for FDOT. So that's something I just want to put on the record for us to review again when we get back to our CRA meeting.
okay, we'll get it on the meeting for the 29th.
Thank you,
this
Mr.
month.
Director.
Thanks.
Next is
And I should point out that for the record, it was 5-1, but we should note per the request that the no vote was Commissioner Smith.
okay. Next item.
Okay, resolution number 20, I introduced resolution number 2025-133.
Second.
Item 9.26, resolution number R 2025-133, Centennial Park, sponsored by Vice Mayor Jean. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, authorizing the establishment of a Centennial Park to commemorate the city's 100-year anniversary, providing for the location, rezoning, land use development, and amenities of the park, directing the city manager to implement all necessary actions for design, funding, and construction not to exceed $500,000, and providing for an effective date.
Okay.
Commissioner Smith, before you make your comment through the mayor, this item was supposed to be co-sponsored with Commissioner Florimon. I'm not sure why his name was left off, but it was an item that was supposed to be co-sponsored.
Okay.
Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. I pulled this, I like the idea a lot, but I wondered a few things, and I thought I'd bring it up so we could discuss it. Maybe you'll love the idea, I'm hoping. I don't know if we have the land where we would put it. I don't know if we have the funds, 500,000, especially when we're so short for the Centennial. What I was wondering is, why couldn't we incorporate this in Washington Park? They were the first ones that built our city. They are the ones that were the foundation. So, and we're building a magnificent park. Why couldn't a corner of it be a Centennial Park? So that's why I pulled it, so that we could designate to incorporate those plans now, and the park part has to be finished within this year. So we can give the direction to the manager to look it over the plan, see where it should go, put it in Washington Park, Little Centennial Park, and give that community the honor they deserve, because that's where the workers that built our city lived.
Thank you for that, Commissioner. For me, I know that it's very technical in nature, so there's so many elements from that building and zoning is taken care of, that we want to let the manager have that purview and then give us options on location and so forth. But I think we're all open to the perfect location, given that all the elements are in the right place. So,
Commissioner Florman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So with this item, I think that there is two conversations that are kind of going on. So there's your understanding of what Centennial Park is, which it says here, Pocket Park. And then there's the conversation we've been having on the CRA side, which is the triangle piece of property that is adjacent to Chick-fil-A, and that being sort of a gateway where both sides is actually the city of North Miami Beach. So what we're talking is about 9th Avenue. That's the first part of the city where both sides, south and north, belong to the city of North Miami Beach.
So would that be, are you saying that could be where do we have $500,000? Do we have, was that in the budget?
the other point is that it's up to, right, but not exceeding. But also in my conversations with staff, it's been, let's try to remain way below that. Okay. So and it could be supplemented with other funds, but the manager can speak more to the plan for that.
But if that, I like that area too. I was just, because that area you would start from scratch and hopefully it wouldn't be that much. But I wouldn't want to take an area that would really be an extensive expense just to get it ready to make the park. Whereas that area, I think, doesn't have to have as much, a movement of fences or what have you.
Right. So, so in essence,
that was where you were thinking. I think that's good.
Right. So in essence, there's two, at least if I can make that comment, Vice Mayor. There's the Centennial Park aspect, and then there is the gateway of the city, right? And so, I guess as we move along, staff can figure out whether it's one within the other or whether it's a combined thing, or how is that parcel going to be a pocket park / an entry or a gateway to the city. That conversation could be had. But that's the area that, at least as we were talking on the CRA, that we discussed. And I'm assuming Commissioner Jean or Vice Mayor, is that what you're referencing here as well?
Right, and I wanted to kind of amend it to mention the gateway portion.
Right.
So that if there is further planning that allows us to bifurcate or to have two locations, meaning the gateway and something more formal, because you don't want to have something that's too busy on that main corridor. I think that's also a point to be made. So
yeah,
okay with that.
So I'm just trying to figure out what I'm hearing that. Are you saying you're okay with the gateway?
I mean, I'm saying that I want it to be something that the community can be proud of 20 years from now. I want it to be something where it'll be utilized, and what you just said makes sense. Where in Washington Park it'll be utilized every day, whereas there it's a very busy corridor. So that's another conversation. I'm in favor of it. I just wanted to ask about the $500,000. Was it in the budget? Do you already have that? Because tomorrow night's the budget meeting. And I wanted to say, when you say up to, though, usually, really, the standard is that up to reaches it somehow. Somehow it reaches it, so.
And Madam Vice Mayor, I think this is, since we're talking Centennial, that this is something that perhaps should be opened for co-sponsorship. I'd like to be a co-sponsor.
No, I mentioned it should have already been that.
Right.
So.
And also, if we
So the record will reflect you as co-sponsor.
Well, not just me. I'm talking everybody on the commission.
Well,
Right,
I mean,
I'm thinking
everybody who signs up, but you're saying yes for you.
Right, correct. And also, in addition to that, can we just mention the gateway portion very clearly in the legislation as well?
So that would be an amendment, and where it says Centennial Park, do you want it to just state and a gateway park? Would that?
And gateway, city gateway or gateway entry or whatever you want to city gate, whatever.
Gateway feature?
Right.
Or why wouldn't you put that as, just add a gateway? The gateway would,
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
What'd you say?
Centennial
Centennial
Gateway.
Gateway.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Very good idea. Centennial Gateway Park. There you go. That works.
That would be
Well, I
just
want
a
to keep
quick
those two
motion to
thoughts.
amend by
I want to keep those two
interlineation.
thoughts separate, just for the sake of, if that pocket park is not as walkable as we may want it, it might just simply be a gateway, right?
Correct.
So that pocket park that you had in mind is not necessarily a very walkable.
no.
So, I think adding that component to the legislation might be better than merging the two
Vice Mayor,
thoughts.
then what you could simply say that would leave open the possibility would be a Centennial Park and gateway feature, and that would allow it to be separate, but if it turned out that you could combine them, that language would be permissive of both. So that would be the amendment for Commissioner Flourmont, Mayor.
When you say feature, can you just put the word gateway, city gateway? Because if you say
Yes,
feature
sir.
to me, that's just
Yes,
a
sir.
feature. It's not an entire piece of.
The
not an
answer
entire
is yes,
project.
if that's
Okay.
your preference, sir, that's the way it reads.
All right.
I have a question. Did someone say this was in the CRA? It is. It is, so,
It is in the CRA.
We first talked about it in this year.
Correct.
so the CRA is paying for this, or the city's paying for this?
As it stands, there is a small allocation for this in our budget. Per our workshop, it was in there for a lower amount. But since this board doesn't necessarily govern the CRA decision at the same time, it would have to be a decision for the CRA board to make whether or not we would fund it
I
or
mean,
how much.
I would like to see it come out of the CRA funds instead of the city funds.
I think we can maybe lower the threshold and we can, well, Adam is here, but I don't know if you, Mr. Mayor, that's.
Director, if you could be,
Brief.
Yes.
Yeah, CRA can pay for a portion of it. How about that?
I like that.
We're gonna
Big
bargain.
portion.
I
mean, well, to your
we had
point-
discussed with the.
he can't, well, just, what I do know is that this was first brought up at the CRA level. I remember that discussion initially, that was like about 2 months ago, I believe. And in that discussion, we were talking about, there were designs and thoughts and how we could really, and that is an area that needs some type of upkeep. It is, it's right there at our
Absolutely.
entrance.
Yeah.
But it's right across from Jefferson Plaza, which
Yeah.
is a big draw. Still waiting for that hotel though, that the hotel they were trying to build off of that near the 10th Avenue or whatever.
Right.
Yes. But, that's neither here or there. But still, that park can be a real draw if done the right way. And I think that's a perfect CRA project.
I agree.
So as much as you can
Oh, okay.
offer or leverage, that'll be awesome.
Yeah, so this came to me after I had put together the original budget. We finally got numbers and started looking at things more seriously. So we may need to come back in mid-year to amend the budget on this, but unfortunately, that's just the breaks. But we did sort of discuss with the manager's office, and I said I would find money for it, so.
All right, so can I make a motion to allow us all to be co-sponsors and to also accept money from the CRA?
As much
Yeah.
as possible.
As much as
Yeah, you can
possible.
accept.
If not all of it.
But you
All right.
need to do the language amendment first as an
So
amendment.
We already mentioned what the language amendment would be, so I'd like to make a motion on the language amendment.
Well, to approve the amendment first, so then first you have to amend it.
Right. So the amendment, I'd like to make a motion to approve the amendment.
You can do a voice vote on this.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, now we are,
The motion by Commissioner Smucker.
Second by Commissioner Smith.
Well, what's her motion?
Amended.
but yeah, please do your motion, Commissioner.
My motion was to accept every single penny the CRA wants to give us.
Right.
If not all of it, and also to make
all
it,
gonna be
all 7 of us are
second.
co-sponsors.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 All right, passes unanimously. Okay, right. Next item? It's a quasi, right?
Yeah, that completes the items from the. that were
Introduce
pulled.
ordinance
Wait,
number.
before we go to quasi, after speaking with the clerk, this is dealing with the comments from Commissioner Sue. To have it read into the record, please, Madam Clerk, if you can read it.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, this is a statement from Commissioner Sue, and it reads, "Good evening, Mayor, fellow commissioners, and members of the public. I regret that I cannot be with you this evening. I am at the hospital with my mother. Family comes first, and trust you'll understand. That said, I need to be absolutely clear about where I stand on the city manager's process. What is happening right now does not sit right with me. I just received the candidate list, and given our back-to-back budget workshops and full agendas, there has not been no real opportunity to properly review or interview these applicants. To be blunt, this applicant pool does not reflect the caliber of leadership a city of our size and importance deserves. Rushing to make a hire from this list would shortchange both our residents and our future. I strongly urge this commission to pause, reopen the process, and conduct a true nationwide recruitment. Let's cast a wider net to ensure we attract the very best talent available, not just those who happen to apply for the first round. And let's commit to doing it transparently. Cities like Boca Raton hold public, open interviews with their finalists so residents can see the process firsthand. That is the kind of accountability and trust our community deserves. This decision is simply too important to get wrong. The city manager is the most critical hire we will make. Let's slow down, do it right, and secure the leader North Miami Beach truly deserves. This is an email received from Commissioner Sue.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now we'll go to quasi judicial. Thank you.
Move to introduce ordinance number 2025-06. No, sorry, wrong one. Move to introduce resolution number R 2025-138.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Item 10.1, resolution number R 2025-138, consideration for a conditional use application for Mint Dispensary located at 16719 Northeast 6th Avenue, introduced by the Community Development Director. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a conditional use application with conditions for the business use operation of a medical marijuana dispensary and treatment center located at 16719 Northeast 6th Avenue, providing for findings of fact, confirming expiration and limitation of approval, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date. And this
Excuse me,
is quasi-judicial.
Before they
so
begin,
subject to Jenny.
what property is this? Is it the 7-Eleven?
Good evening, Commission, Chair, Manager, and Commission. This is on 16719 Northeast 6th Avenue. So it's...
What else is there?
Yeah, there's a gas station in the corner.
There's a gas station, and this was a previously Stop and Save.
Yeah, it's where the 7-Eleven is.
Yeah. So.
No, there's a we have a 7-Eleven.
It's a Stop and Shop.
Oh, okay, well.
No, it was a 7-Eleven.
No, you're right about that. That is true.
No, he's right. He's right, though. He is right.
Is that one of the private houses as you go further north?
No, it's on 167. There's a gas station. Behind that, this is an independent building within that shopping center area. And it's just this building that is being redeveloped.
Jay has the historical.
He does. That's why I was like, yeah, he's
but
right.
not the current 7-Eleven that you're referencing, that you're thinking. Yeah, that's not the one you're thinking.
Yeah, this was previously known as Stop and Save. Convenience store. Good evening.
Mr. Mayor.
I'm going to introduce the item, and then I would...
Jennings, right?
Jennings and whoever speaks should be sworn in.
Wait, correct, Madam Clerk, thank you for clarifying. Can you please do the Jennings exclusion?
Okay, no disrespect.
Sorry.
Okay. Per Resolution R95-24, the subject matter of any ex-party communication, together with the identity of the group, person, or entity making the communication shall be disclosed and made part of the record on file with the city prior to final action on the matter. We have received Jennings disclosure forms from Vice Mayor Jean, Commissioner Smith, as well as Commissioner Cernoff. So we'll start with Commissioner Florimon, please.
I've not spoken to any of their team members on this item, and I can make my decision based on the information received this evening. Thank you.
Perfect. Commissioner Smuckler.
We spoke about this, right, at agenda review? I think so. Yeah, I touched on it at agenda review with the manager, and I haven't spoken to anybody else. And I can make my decision based on the evidence and facts that I hear today.
Thank you. Mayor Michael Joseph.
I have not spoken on this particular matter with the manager to the best of my knowledge, and I can speak on the evidence presented to me, or anyone, and I can speak on the information presented to me this evening to base my decision.
All right, thank you.
All right, you're gonna.
Can I correct or add that I have not spoken to the management team as well?
You haven't spoken to
No,
anyone?
I haven't spoken to anyone. No.
Perfect.
Yes, Madam Clerk, are you gonna swear in, or yes, go.
Your permission.
Yes, please, Madam Clerk.
If you plan on providing testimony, please stand, if you can stand, and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to provide shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And your answer is, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good evening again. This is a Mint Dispensary, and it's a conditional use on an existing property, which was a convenience store at one point, and is being redeveloped. It's on the Mixed Use International Boulevard West and Transition Subdistrict, and north is 6th Avenue, 167 Avenue. It's vacant at this point. Previously, it was a convenience store. The applicant is seeking a conditional use approval to operate a medical marijuana dispensary and a treatment center within the existing building. The facility will undergo substantial interior and exterior renovations, including ADA compliance upgrades and new mechanical systems, roof replacements, facade improvements, and parking lot enhancements. This item was previously reviewed and approved by the Planning and Zoning Board on July 14 and unanimously approved 6-0. At this point, I'm going to ask the applicant who would like to make a presentation to go through the PowerPoint, and I will complete the rest of the recommendations after her presentation.
Could I just ask? Can I just ask a question while they're getting? Thank you. Through the mayor. Before you start your presentation, we're voting on something about how many feet you have to be away from residential, et cetera, smoke shops. Does this comply?
Yes, this does.
Okay, I just want to thank you very much.
All right, good evening. Hi, my name is Kristen Peacock, and I'm representing Mint Dispensary. All right. Okay, so I just wanted to start off and give you a little bit of backstory of who Mint is so that you understand who's coming into your city. So founded in 2016 and headquartered in Guadalupe, Arizona, Mint Cannabis is more than just a dispensary. It's a trusted partner in every community they enter. With a proud history rooted in compassion, they've helped thousands of patients manage serious medical issues while prioritizing privacy, dignity, and care. They've constantly shown what responsible cannabis retail can look like, investing in neighborhoods, not just operating within them. In every city they call home, Mint has partnered with local leaders and organizations to give back, supporting local and state charities that uplift those in need. Aside from providing many jobs to the community, Mint also prioritizes giving back. For example, just in the past years, Mint has donated to numerous nonprofits, including Military Assistance Mission, the Alzheimer's Association, Honor Health Foundation, and the Parkinson's Alliance. They specialize in revitalizing underutilized infill properties, transforming once blighted or neglected sites into beautifully maintained, welcoming, and secure locations. Their commitment to safety includes 24/7 on-site security and surveillance, ensuring a safe environment not only for their customers, but for the surrounding neighborhood. At each Mint location, they prioritize hiring from the local community, offering dozens of well-paying full-time jobs with growth opportunities. They don't just open stores, but they build relationships, restore community pride, and prove that cannabis retail can be done in the right way. Mint Cannabis is committed to being a responsible, generous, and positive presence in the city of North Miami Beach, just as they've been in every other community they've served. So again, just kind of getting you to the location. I know that you've figured out where it is, off of 167th and 6th on the northeast corner there. One thing, I know you already asked this, but there's a state statute that they have to comply with where they're also not within 500 feet of a school. So this map on the right, you'll see that we do comply with that requirement. So here's the site plan. So the building is actually on a much larger parcel. It also has another large building and tower building, and then a parking lot as well. But the portion that we're on, is where that convenience store was. And as part of what we're doing, so there's actually 2 tenant bays there. Mint Cannabis is only taking the tenant bay that is where the convenience store was. The other one's still just a retail space, but nobody's occupying that space right now. There isn't going to be any changes to the building footprint, and as he's mentioned, we are doing beautification to it. We're updating the site plan, addressing drainage issues. I don't know if you're familiar with the site; it has a really bad drainage problem, along with updating some site lighting and ADA improvements. So again, just so you understand the existing conditions of this building. It hasn't been occupied for many years, so both the exterior and the interior have kind of dilapidated. So we really are looking to revitalize this space. Here is just kind of the floor plans of what we're going to be building out. The left is the existing floor plan, and then the right side is the new floor plan of our space. You're going to have a secure entry vestibule there that you'll have to, pass the requirements to get into the actual retail component. There's only one entrance for customers, and then the back entrance would actually be utilized by the employees themselves. Let's see. Here are just some elevations to kind of show what we're doing. On the left is the new elevations, and on the right is what's existing. So what we're going to be doing is kind of creating a more uniform look for the building to modernize that look, make it look like it's actually just one building instead of these 2 separate pieces. And then the back side of it, again, that's another area that's been a little bit dilapidated. So we're going to be adding, we're going to be enclosing the dumpster enclosures, screening the mechanical units, making that side also look nicer. Hold on, I think I jumped. No? Yeah, the security plan's not there. Well, I guess one thing that I wanted to mention, and I can talk about it on the floor plan, but I always think security is a really big thing to talk about. And with this renovation, as I mentioned before, there will be 24/7 on-site surveillance for the building. They're also installing cameras throughout, so interior and exterior, there'll be perimeter cameras. As part of when we were going through our application, we did talk with police about applying to the trespass program. So we do have signs that would be posted along the facade. And then along with that, just site lighting in general. So the building perimeter lighting and the site lighting will be updated so that, see, be seen kind of thing does apply here. And also, like, as I mentioned too, that secure entry vestibule. So before you can even get into that retail portion of the building, you'll have to go through the reception to be allowed in. And then just some renderings of what it's going to look like once we finish. There's the outside and then the interior, the sales floor and the reception area. So that's all I have.
We have any more staff information?
Yes, thank you very much. So basically, from staff's perspective, we've looked at it from the zoning and the land use perspective. And according to the code, it is allowed as a conditional use by right, so which is what we are allowing, and it is consistent with a comprehensive plan because it's a mixed-use area and commercial activity. There is no impact of additional impact from the convenience store. There's no traffic impact. There are fewer trips, in fact, than the prior convenience store. So staff recommends that the commission approve this item because it's generally improves the condition of the site. There's site improvements. It was previously a vacant property, and it will basically allow. So we're asking that it's a reinvestment into a vacant property. So in that regard, it's a economic benefit to the city. So we are recommending approval for this item.
Good evening. I want to thank you for, looking and taking this project on and making that a better looking building and cleaning it up. My biggest question is the operation. I walked into the one on 163rd and almost Biscayne Boulevard, in the one where the Thai restaurant is, that center, the Railway Plaza, and it seemed like nobody was in there. So is all your, selling of the stuff by appointment? And can somebody explain that to me, please?
I have one of the owners here, if it's okay for him to also speak. Yeah.
Hi.
Hi. So everything's frosted and held behind those.
What's his name? Your name?
I'm sorry, Rudy.
Your name? Yes.
Of course, it's Rudy Molina, VP of Sales and Operations, if you need the title. So all the sales are actually done, obviously, behind glass, right? But you can't see anything. So it looks as if you need an appointment or something to walk in. But as long as you have a med card and you're available to walk in and get it, at that point, you can walk in at any moment, get checked in, and then at that point, get service.
So they have to have a medical card in order to buy anything?
Yes, sir.
Even the paraphernalia?
Correct. If it's something that is allotted or it is given to your recommendation by the state, then at that point, it has to be. Anything that has touched cannabis has to be allotted to you, or then given to you.
So then basically it's going to be a very quiet existence?
Extremely quiet.
Correct. Thank you.
Madam Commissioner Shaw?
Yes, thank you so much for the presentation. My question is to our director. How many of the dispensaries do we have around town, around North Miami Beach?
I don't have an exact number. We did a map, right, on that? Yes. Sorry.
Yeah.
How you doing, Vice Mayor? Daniel Lozandier, Senior Planner, Community Development Department. Currently, right now, total, including tobacco shops and dispensary, we have roughly, that's active, around 25, 26. Previously, last year was around 34, but the numbers went down a little bit.
All right, thank you.
Just medical marijuana places?
I would say a handful, maybe 8.
Not as many.
7, 8.
Because of like the schools and everything else that regulate, it makes it like only certain spots.
Right. Yes.
No, wait, Commissioner Shaw.
We have an expert on.
No, what I was going to say is they're on the main roads. That's the
draw.
So it seems like it's more because they're on 163rd or on Biscayne Boulevard. So if you're on Biscayne Boulevard between 171 and 151, you're running into perhaps 3.
Yeah, the visual impact is more because
correct. And if you're getting off of 95 to Biscayne, you're running into, speaking of gateways, Commissioner Smith, the first 2 things that you run into as soon as you get off of 95 is Curaleaf. And then across the street is, I forget what the name is across the street, but those are the first 2 things that you run into.
Jackson North.
So it does appear to be more than the actual number.
When you come in off of 171st, off across the railroad tracks, that's the first thing. So,
well, the thought that I had was to our economic development gurus, on my end. I want to challenge us to get some more creative businesses. I know this is not germane to this conversation, but I want to see other types because there's such a frequent, even though it's not as frequent as we assume because of the visual appeal of it, but we still need to see more because now we're medical marijuana city and a smoke shop city. So I just wanted to also I'm going to put that on the record every time something like this comes before us because it needs to be said.
Trader Joe's. Commissioner Smith.
I've been in touch with Trader Joe's, forget it, trying. Well, yeah, we would love it. So you answered the most important question. Did it meet the parameters? Because we haven't voted on that yet. So that's important. Now, this is how much I know about it. When we first started voting on it, it was all cash, and they used to keep the cash in the back. So when she said 24 hours, 7 days a week security, is it still cash? Maybe my colleagues know. I don't know. Can you write a check? Can you charge it?
So there's multiple ways. There's always cash, right? Because cash is cash. But right now what we're doing is also a pen debit solution as well that is being used. And there's other...
Crypto?
Say it again?
Crypto too?
No,
not yet.
Crypto. There are people that actually...
it's coming.
We'll take crypto. We're just not there just yet. But when it comes to, I think the underlying question here is, are we going to have a lot of cash inside that particular?
That's what. That's again a pull on our wonderful police department. If that's the question.
So there are armored trucks that come and pick up the money multiple times a week. That money is not there. And to be honest, in this particular market, there isn't necessarily a large amount of money that's being kept there. So typical sales are anywhere from $2,000 to $4,000 a day. It isn't anything that is a large sum where you would have maybe, hundreds of thousands or something sitting inside the bank. It's inside the vault. It's not.
A typical sales 2,000?
Yes, ma'am.
I have to learn all this because my daughter-in-law, who has the most religious mother, told me that if I'm going to have pain, I could take marijuana. So
absolutely.
I'm going to have to study all this and learn about it.
You let me know.
It's going to be offered to you now.
I mean, I'm just saying. No.
Of course, Prime Minister.
The thing that's the most important is the safety. The safety of your employees and the safety of people that visit there and the neighboring. And the second thing that we want to be sure of is if that taxes our police department more, then maybe there's some kind of financial adjustment that needs to be made for that. So 24/7, she's having security. I assume that's hired security, as and we'll have to see, because you're right, Vice Mayor. It appears because there's so many smoke shops too, so it really just appears like we're just becoming that kind of a city. But I think in this particular case, what is going to take away blight and make a difference, it would behoove us to vote yes. But I think we also have to watch what we're bringing in at 100% for economic development. Thank you.
If you allow me to just add a little something, a smoke shop won't necessarily have as much of a high-end security and 24-hour surveillance that we would have as a dispensary.
No, that's for sure.
And
those vaping shops are not open 24/7, and they don't have that
Of course,
kind of security.
no. And then also on top of that, we can also help, any type of law enforcement when it comes to surveillance or footage or anything like that. We've done it in multiple markets. I've done it in this particular market.
Well, I read the whole thing, and one of the requirements is the police can come in anytime.
Of course.
So I mean that's part of your
they'd like.
That's part of your application. So thank you so much.
Madam Clerk, did we do public comment yet?
No.
Can you please open it up, please?
Good evening. The floor is now open for public comment. If you wish to speak on this item, you may come forward. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Mubarak Azan. You show that building on 6th Avenue. It's in North Miami Beach. It looks like a derelict building. It looked blighted. And it tells me that the CRA was not working for the last 23 years. But here the CRA director came and he wants to give away money. He wants to give away money to the centennial celebrations. He is not working either. Because if he was working properly, he should have passed by that building and many like it in the city and helped them. That is what the CRA money is for. The CRA money is to prevent blight in the neighborhood, and he's been wasting it, buying buildings because his office is too small and he wants more air-conditioned space and all of these things. Anyhow, not only him was failing, all the other CRA directors before him failed. Because for you, after 23 years of having the CRA in your city, and this is the type of building that you have to show publicly, you guys failed as well too. I want to let you know that this here is against the federal laws. Donald Trump sent warships to bomb fishing boats that carried marijuana or whatever drugs he claims. I could not see it properly. He says it was marijuana or drugs. That here you have all of these buildings full with illegal stuff. They can't bank the money in federal banks. They can't receive checks. They can't receive credit cards. And here we are embracing this nuisance to society. And you know what? The FDA didn't approve it either. If it was working, Commissioner Smith, we are friends. Do not depend on that marijuana to save you. Do not become like Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs was a rich, crazy guy, and he ended up in a short life. I'm sorry to say that. And he said it before he died. He said he should have relied on a better medication. Don't do that. They're fooling you. They're fooling our kids who's going to be hooked on this medical marijuana. When one of my neighbors smoked this thing, I can't stay in the yard. It's so stink. And in the Caribbean, I smelled this thing before, and it wasn't that stink as the one up here. Something they're using here that is not good. Down there too. No part is good, but
15 seconds.
yes. However, Mr. Trump should be looking at these illegal buildings that are against the federal laws. Thank you very much for having me.
Are there any more speakers on this item? Please step in and give your name. Oh, did you raise your right hand? Did you? Oh, okay. So if you said you did, right? Okay. Please your name for the record.
My name's Diane Dulity.
Okay.
My name is Diane Dulity, and the building looks very nice. I have no problem with medical marijuana coming in. However, as you've mentioned, that seems as all this coming into our city. You say you want to have us as a destination. Well, are you going to have us for a destination to get medical marijuana? And also, the rendering they gave us was very beautiful of the site right now is an eyesore. It's been empty for a while. I cut through there to go to Aldi's to go shopping. But they're going to leave what was formerly the Rati shop, they're going to leave that building the way it is. I didn't see, they said they were not going to do anything to that portion. So we'd have a beautiful building and a trashy site next to it. I don't see where the benefit to the city is with that. So that was my concern.
Thank you. Do we have any?
Mayor?
Oh, I was going to see if we have any more speakers. Please go ahead, Commissioner Smith.
Does the same group of people own both buildings?
This one property that's got several buildings in there.
So the roti shop, I think, is what she was referencing, which is that smaller portion in the picture. It just says shop, but it doesn't say what the utilization is going to be. And so I think that's where some clarity would be necessary.
Let me close public comment. Do we have any more? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Back to the dais.
No, if it's what the blight would still be there, does the owner have any kind of plans to at least make the exterior without doing anything to the interior? Of course, they want to have it attractive for people to come as well, I'm sure.
Yeah, so when I was talking about it, I was just saying that they were going to be occupying right now the main space, but it's still retail on that other side. We just don't know what retail is going in there right now. But we're beautifying the whole building. So that piece that looks like it's off to the side is going to be cohesively added. So now it's going to look like it's one building instead of two separate pieces. Does that answer the comment? Go.
Oh, sorry. So to the point about the roti shop, right? So that was a very cultural, location to get items and things of that sort. So you just don't have an idea? Are you saying that you're going to open it up to whatever concept someone may bring, or are you going to be fully responsible for what happens there?
You're not leasing that? No. Okay, so.
Can you repeat?
Sorry. So they're not, I guess, their lease is only for the one tenant bay. So yes, I guess it would be open for if somebody wanted to come in, but because it's all going to be beautified, it's
Correct.
just now going to be a shell space
Gotcha.
for somebody to come in.
All right.
And one more question I had, Mr. Mayor. Is there anything that can be done about the actual bus stop in front of that property? Because that is a source also of, there's a county bus stop there that invites some of the blight that we're referencing. So is there any plan for that or anything that can be done in collaboration with the county?
Yeah, so we haven't gone through any of our county permitting yet, and I'm sure there's going to be some stuff that's going to come up. Because right now we need to get the conditional use to be able to move forward in the process. But when we do the improvements to the site, there's going to have to be coordination with the county and DOT. So we could, I guess.
Can our city staff speak to what can be done with that particular stop?
Yes, Commissioner. We are in the process of updating our comprehensive plan. There are lots of charrettes and discussions going to happen. All departments as well as the county departments will be involved, and we would take this into consideration for improvements along that street. Also the location, because pedestrian linkages and travel are an important part of the comprehensive plan update. So we take your point into consideration, and we'll make sure that it's going to be part of our consideration that we bring to the county and to our staff as we discuss future development.
Is there at least a new shelter there? So I don't know. Is there a new shelter there right now, or is it still? Is there a new bus shelter? Because there's a lot of new county bus shelters along 163rd, but is there one there?
I don't know if Public Works has any comment on that.
I won't do it.
We're not sure.
That's it for me. You're not sure?
We're not sure.
Just
We
find out
will
for me.
check. Yeah, we'll
Thank you.
check.
All right.
Yeah.
That being said, do I have a motion? Do I have it's a roll call vote. Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Smuckler,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jean,
No.
Mayor Michael Joseph.
Yes.
It passes 5-1.
Thank you so very much. Next item is,
Introduce ordinance number 2025-06, second reading.
Water Director, this is your item. Right. Yes, please read it.
Second?
It's
Do you have a
reading.
second, Mayor?
Yes.
Okay.
Do we have a second? Yes, can I second it?
You can.
Yes, I'll second it.
Item 11.1, ordinance number 2025-06, second reading. Amending the water and sewer impact fee sponsored by the NMB Water Director, an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, amending Chapter 19 entitled Water and Sewers of the City Code of Ordinances, specifically amending Section 19-11.2 entitled Installing, Repairing, Reading, Testing, Fee Where Seal Broken, Section 19-12.2 entitled Delinquent Accounts, Shutting Off Water, Section 19-15.8 entitled Annual Inspection, Test Charges, Section 19-16 entitled Turn On and Shut Off, Curb Cock to be used by city, Section 19-22 entitled Additional Charge for Expansion and Upgrading of City's Water Facilities, Section 19-23 entitled Fire Flow Demand Charge on New Buildings and Conversions, and Section 19-31 entitled Rates and Charges to revise the section title and to update the miscellaneous fees and the connection charges from new developments due to updates in NMB Water's capital improvement plan providing for conflict, severability, and codification, and providing for an effective date.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioner, and staff. This is the second hearing of first ordinance, followed by Commissioner Smith comments. We incorporated all the comments with staff, went through it with 4 minor updated change to first reading. Now we have meter seal broken or removed first time at $100. The second time, $200. The third time for broken seals, $300. And any tampering of meter at third time, it will be a charge of $400. That's pretty much all the minor changes.
We 1 second. We lost quorum. Can we need 5? We need 5.
Well, he can keep doing a presentation.
Oh no, that's it.
Can't
No,
vote on anything.
He just finished. Okay. Yes, there's our 5th. All right.
So we had a meeting with Commissioner Smith and staff, and we satisfy all the comments as well in accordance to our legal team coordination.
All right. Do we have any comments from Dave?
I have a question.
All right, Commissioners.
I understand you're doing 1, 2, 3, but why after 3 aren't we turning it off?
Then we will go, if they tamper the meter, we will charge it, and after the 3, yes, we turn it off. That's a process of turn off, process that we have.
Okay, well, if tampering, why don't we turn it off after 1?
For the tampering, if they tamper it once, we will charge them. And for the third time, we'll charge them with a fine of, $400. But even if they tamper it and we turn it off, they still, and they attempt to tamper it again, we will still fine them. So that's another separate charge that, it's part of the code proposed ordinance.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no thoughts on the dais regarding Madam Clerk, can you please, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Florimon?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Whoa. Wait, hang on. To do with all deference, so Commissioner, because we're in a process.
Let me just look real quick so we have it correct on the.
Wait, I know. City Attorney, just so we can be clear, because we're in a process of doing it. How do I make sure we're doing this correctly? Just make sure. I don't want to.
Mayor, it's within your authority as chair to say that the vote is going to be deferred because the commissioner who briefly stepped away had comments.
All right, so now we're paused. Please, Commissioner Smith.
Okay, let's.
Well, let me just say it's not pause. You have to start over again.
We'll restart. Thank you.
Okay, so when you look on page, we have to correct the numbers, that's all. Okay, so.
Wait, before, did you hear his comments?
Yes,
Okay.
I heard your comment,
No, his comments.
which was
I
that
meant
they made
about
corrections.
Yeah, they made your corrections.
Yeah, but the one I'm reading now that was just given to us, 11.1, if you look, it says that it's $400 for each occurrence. There's no pages on these, so under number E, under section 3. But when you turn to page section 5 under B, it's $375. And then the next one is $370. So we have to correct the numbers. Is it 400? Is it 375? Is it 300? That's what I wanted to. If you look, you can see it says 400, and then it says 375, and then it says 370. Okay. And I'd like to add, they've changed it. They no longer use the Department of Public Utilities. They're going to use a backflow testing company. They crossed out, but maybe we should put and or in case there is a time that you can't find a backflow company and you have to have something done. Maybe we should just add and or instead of deleting it completely.
Ma'am, that's not current practice of our code, and city is not providing backflow tests to any account.
Well, that was the answer I was looking for. Perfect. And then the other thing is, under whereas in order to, okay, no. That's no problem. The only thing is, let's just change the numbers. Could everybody just see that? Under section 3, number E, where it says third or more, $400. Then when you go to the next page, it says, upon the second offense, $375, $370 upon the third and subsequent offense. Here. Can we correct that?
Yes, but I just need to verify, that's for turn off and shut off fee. It's not for meter seal broken, fee. Yes, sir.
Commissioner Smith, do you want to make an amendment? I mean, and also, how do you want to resolve it?
I would like them to correct it.
Okay.
No, would you?
Yes, there is an error, a spelling error.
City attorney.
Will address.
What, you fix it?
Well,
There's issue regarding the documentation.
I'm sorry, I had to use the restroom, I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine.
But I wanted this corrected before we voted, and they're correcting it.
If there's two things here. If they're actual changes, then that would require an amendment. But if they're just scrivener's errors, if they just, well, that would be something the director can tell us. If we're changing what was written, then you should make a quick motion to amend, it's no big deal. But if it's just that it got written wrong, that's a scrivener's error, we can just correct that now on the record, it doesn't need a motion to amend. So let me ask the director.
I'll let you make that decision.
Are those, are the numbers that are being changed, are they a difference like we did in one of the things earlier where we reduced it from one to another? Or if they're just a scrivener's error, it got written incorrectly, we can correct that on the record?
this is for meter seal broken and removed first time, second time, and third time, as we discussed, to $100, $200, and $300 for the third time. And that, I believe that's what you refer on section 5.
Whatever you have to do to.
Yes, right now on section 5, as it's written, it says $125, $250, and $370.
I have a question.
Okay, but are those numbers that you just said, are the numbers that are written what you intended? Is it being changed, or was it just a mistake when it was typed up?
I believe so. I believe it's a mistake because the numbers was, back up on the memo on the table with the minor change, which is clearly reflected $100, $200, and $300. So it's an error in typo, and it needs to be fixed.
Okay. For the record, then, there is a scrivener's error in the way it is written. The numbers are incorrectly stated in the reso, but they are correctly stated, Mr. Nicklin, in the chart. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so for the record, the numbers in the chart are correct, and the numbers that are written in the text were just a scrivener's error and will be corrected to reflect the numbers in the chart. Now, you had some other set of numbers that you read off, about 400, 375, and 370.
Those are all good. So what's right now in front of us is the first hearing. All it needs is to be updated with the new proposed change as we discussed. This way, it will be reflected on second hearing.
Is the change a change from what was on first reading, or is it the same thing where it's just basically
same thing, just updating the numbers?
Is it a typo, or were the numbers changed?
Nothing being changed from the first hearing. All we need to do is to reflect what we discussed as a change on the written, ordinance.
Okay, I'm sorry, but I don't understand. Are the numbers from first reading being changed, or are they just typed incorrectly?
It's been discussed, and it's been agreed to be changed from $125 to $100, from $250 to $200, and from $370 to $300.
And what about the numbers that were 400, 375, and 370?
That's been already addressed. That's been already updated under the ordinance, as far as I saw. The new one. Yes.
But it's being changed in the second reading?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Smith, if you would, please make a motion to amend. This is the second reading. I understand this is the second reading, so if it's being changed from first reading. If it's a substantive change, we need to amend what was on first reading. It's not just a typo. So if you would make a motion, I'll state it for you, a motion to amend the ordinance on second reading to put the new numbers, which were, say them one more time, Mr. Nickman?
It was wrong. What do you-
100?
It's already, as
So
I see it, Commissioner Smith.
Commissioner
It's
Smuggler.
just a typo. That's it.
Yes.
We're not sure- we already-
I'm sorry if you're correct, Commissioner, that's okay with me, but I heard that we were.
We changed it in the first reading, and the second reading
Was it
now.
transferred? It was.
It was changed on first reading.
Yes, during the first reading, yes. It was just never transferred to the second reading, but we did make
Okay.
it, we did vote.
In that case, I take it back, Commissioner Smith. The record will reflect that the numbers were changed already on first reading, and there is a scrivener's error on second reading to correct the numbers to what was voted on first reading. And please just read those numbers into the record one more time, Mr. Nichols.
Excuse me, Commissioner Smith.
Here's the thing. This is it. I was downtown, and so I didn't get a chance to do all this behind the scenes. I'm sorry. I just don't want us to vote on something that isn't right, and that's what's on the record.
Commissioner
table
Smith,
this?
you're eminently correct.
So
that
let's
it
just
could be
do,
fixed.
let's just change it versus on what the department head says. That's
Yeah.
all.
So as amended,
That's
so
correct.
she wants to do it, so.
That's what we're going to do.
So I'll second them, so she wants to amend it?
Okay.
Based on what the department head has given us for information.
And to give some clarity, it's already reflected on section G of 1911.2 for installing and repairing. All those numbers are.
Yeah, we're just being cautious. So we have a motion and a second as to amend the order?
Conform to what the water director said.
Proofread.
Thank you. We don't need a roll. It's all.
No, just.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now we're voting on the amended ordinance
As amended.
as amended.
Okay, but I have a question. So we are going to penalize people for the water tampering by these fees, but more importantly, will they be paying back the water that they used?
Absolutely. That's another, a cost of, past due bill if they get shut off, and if they become delinquents, there is a separate process for that to collect the bill.
Okay, so we are absolutely charging them for whatever usage there was based on the
Yes, ma'am.
tampering? Okay, just making sure.
This is only about impact on those, charges, nothing about the utility rates.
All right.
All right. Do I have a motion? I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Madam Clerk, please do a roll call.
I have Commissioner Florimon as a yes, Commissioner Smith, Commissioner Smuggler,
Yes.
Commissioner Chernoff,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jean,
Yes.
Mayor Michael Joseph. The item passes.
All right. Next item. Move to
Introduce ordinance number 2025-07, second reading.
this. Please, city. I second it.
Okay, seconded. Item 11.2, ordinance number 2025-07 on second reading. Unsolicited proposals process introduced by the Chief Procurement Officer. An ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission in the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, establishing a procedure for receiving, accepting, and evaluating unsolicited proposals for qualifying projects pursuant to Florida Statute Section 255.065, providing definitions, establishing requirements for review, public interest determination, competitive solicitation, professional review, agreement execution, and confidentiality, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Procurement Director.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission. Sharice Depasois, Chief Procurement Officer. This is second reading for the unsolicited proposal ordinance to align the city process with the new state statute, House Bill 781. In the first reading, we had some concerns, and we addressed those concerns. In the first reading, our concerns were that we did not have an established application fee. There were concerns about about circumventing the procurement process, bias or influence from city staff and commission, and protections against, or protections for city staff regarding advisory actions. So those were addressed in the ordinance, in the 6th whereas clause. We have some language regarding the circumvention of the process, and that city staff is obligated to work in the best interest of the city. In section 2B, we have the pricing aligned with what the market is for unsolicited proposals and what that application fee would be in regards to the project value. This is for the initial review of the project, and that could be increased based on that project's complexity. We also added the prohibition of city commission influence and advocacy. That's in section B6. And finally, we've added some safeguards for city staff acting in a professional capacity in section B7. So I believe that we've addressed all of the concerns from the city commission as well as from public comment.
Question, is this retroactive?
No.
Okay, just to clarify that. All right, do I have Commissioners on? Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you. In a nutshell, can you explain the new state law?
So the Florida statute, this House bill gives municipalities the option to forego the solicitation process when dealing with unsolicited proposals and P3s. What that means is that we don't have to go out to market in the traditional way. What we can do in the best interest of the city, if we are presented with great innovation, cost savings, or value to the city, it is up to the city administrator, which is the city manager, to go forward with a process where it outlines in the state statute that we, the contractor or the developer would come forward in a two-step process for public comment, for vetting of the project. It will come before commission 2 times or more, depending upon what that is. We would post it, the procurement process in this case, we would post it for an international registry so folks can comment, so what we do with a sole source. And if we decide to move forward after we have vetted the project, the commission, the residents, so have you, we can move forward into an interim agreement. And that goes back to the original process where we negotiate, get into an interim agreement or contingent agreement for the project.
Thank you. On a side note, where are we with the tennis courts? The whole tennis
for
his
the redevelopment project.
Yes.
We are in an evaluation phase right now. In alignment with the state statute, those have to be reviewed and evaluated by a third-party engineering firm. So we definitely want to stay in line with that project and make sure that we're compliant, and that is what has to happen. We are, in addition to that, we have to set a special meeting so those firms can present their design projects to the commission, where you guys will have an opportunity to weigh in on those designs as well.
And the evaluation process is not under the cone of silence, is it?
It is.
Okay, it is. It still is.
Yes, it is
Okay.
still under the cone of silence, but when we do present those with, for the firms to come and do their song and dance, the cone will be lifted so you all can speak freely and ask the questions that you need.
Lastly, timeline on that? What's the timeline on this cone?
So we're looking to set a special meeting. We're working with the manager and the city clerk to get a special meeting first week in October or sooner. We have to kind of balance with budget and not meeting for a while. So we're definitely looking to push that because the firms are ready.
Well, to your point, please, thank you so very much. I think it was Commissioner Zhang saying, oh no, it's Commissioner Florimon. Vice Mayor. It wasn't the Vice Mayor, but it was Commissioner Florimon that said the email that lists out all of the the current items that are in. It was Commissioner Smith, or it was Commissioner Smuckler?
Smuckler,
I'm sorry, Commissioner. Commissioner Smuckler. Commissioner. Oh no, I just appreciate it because before you would get these emails and it was never like organized. I'm like, I don't know what's on the cone of silence.
Right.
But I appreciate it. So those are my comments. Do I have a motion?
I'll take the credit.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, roll call.
Commissioner Smith? Yes. Commissioner Smuckler?
Yes.
Commissioner Chernoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jean?
Yes.
Mayor Michael Joseph?
Yes.
It passes 6-0.
Next item,
Mr. Mayor,
Move to introduce ordinance number 2025-08, first reading, smoke shop regulations.
I second it. Can you read it to the record?
Second.
Commissioner Smuckler seconds it. And then
Commissioner Florimon, were you saying something about?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that the previous item, 2025-06, I was recorded as a yes.
You were, sir.
Thank you.
yes.
Yeah.
The clerk mentioned it was after the amendment had been finalized, and you were put on the record as having indicated you
to make
voted
sure.
in affirmative.
Thank you.
Item 11.3, ordinance number 2025-08 on first reading, smoke shop regulation, sponsored by Vice Mayor Jean. An ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 24, entitled Zoning and Land Development, Section 24-22, definition, to modify the existing definition term retail uses, general retail, and to create a new definition term retail smoke shop, and create a new definition term distance separation measurement, amending Article 5, zoning use districts, to add retail smoke shop as a conditional use to the permitted and conditional uses listed in the B3 intensive business district, B4 distribution business district, B5 distribution business and medium industrial district, Fulford mixed use town center district, MU-TC, mixed use employment center district, MU-EC, and International Boulevard district, MU-IB, providing for codification, conflict, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing an effective date.
Vice Mayor, this is your item.
Thank you. I want to thank the departments that were working on this. It's been 6 months. 6 months to get here. And so in that time, City of Coral Springs was able to pass on their total stop to it. But, you know, when you drive down, what is it, 19th or 163rd?
Yes.
There's like 7 smoke shops, you know, especially in areas where the bike shop used to be. There's some key areas where you're looking at smoke shops. There's like 10 smoke shops on 163rd. And so I would want to even put a hold, if we can put a hold on them, because when you're driving down 163rd and you're seeing 7 smoke shops, you know, what does that say for the identity of the city? And I know we're still trying to craft that, but, you know, even from a staffing perspective, I want to see there being more shaping of what that should have been a discussion with our manager to say, hey, there's an uptick in smoke shops, because I don't want to see smoke shops next to Cal Bakery. There's a smoke shop every other plaza. So I'm happy to finally see this here tonight, but we have to do better with what we bring into the city.
And with your permission, Vice Mayor, you had previously given us this direction, but these 2 applications had already come in under the previous guidelines. Staff is working on a revised ordinance, which will be a catch-all kind of thing, and we're going to make it more restrictive with respect to the smoke shop, because the current guidelines were just like any other business use, and they were very lax distance requirements. So I think we need to make a revision. Yes.
No. I was just seeing if you're finishing up.
Yeah, so the smoke shop distance requirements will be revised, and we're going to come back with the catch-all adult use, over 18 use ordinance that will basically limit the number of shops close to each other and the distances between them, distances between places of prayer as well as schools and other children-related activities. So we will take that into consideration and rewrite the ordinance.
Okay. Commissioner Chernoff.
In regards to the smoke shop, Mr. Attorney, if we said that no more could be in the city of North Miami Beach, can that be legally challenged?
Yes, that would be subject to challenge because of state law. So we can, it's not that we have no ability whatsoever to regulate, but simply to say we don't want any more probably would be challenged. Now, I certainly don't want to sit here and say we could not prevail in such a challenge. If we had to, we'd fight. But yes, it would be very likely that that would be challenged, and it would subject us to some litigation if we tried to do that.
And through your department, I think you get the sentiment up here that we don't want any more smoke shops. Whether we approve it or not, we're not saying that, but I think you get it, and you're our staff, so.
Yeah, we got your message, and we're going to work on that revision.
But for the record, let's be clear, no one is saying that no more will be approved because we
didn't say that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Commissioner Smucker.
Yeah, so I was going to pretty much ask the same question as Commissioner Chernoff, but so we can't say no, but can we limit how many we can have in our city?
There are limitations that are reasonable, and then there are limitations that are not. If the limitations are arbitrary and capricious, then we would presumably not prevail in litigation. However, if we have something like it can't be within some reasonable distance of, for instance, a public school, that's a reasonable thing for us to do. But again, the amount of distance, if we said, oh, it can't be within 3 miles of a school, that would never stand
but
up.
we can say, for example, that we only will allow 10. I'm just
No, ma'am. I don't think that just a maximum number is likely.
Let me interject. When I was on the commission, there was a lot of triple X on Biscayne Boulevard, and it was starting to spread. So we said we wanted to stop it, but Howard Leonard, the attorney at the time, said, no, you can't. So we said, okay, let's put it in the warehouse district on Northwest 7th Avenue. Nobody will go there. Guess what? They open there. So be careful what you wish for in trying to regulate it.
Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. So I believe that I had requested the minutes of planning and zoning to be with all of these new regulations. So somebody, I didn't get to see planning and zoning, but somebody voted no. I have no research in my when I'm reading the agenda, I have no reason that he voted no, or she. And I'd like to know that. I thought we were going to get the minutes of planning and zoning that went with this. So could you tell me who voted no and why, what was their reason?
Yeah, we don't know the name.
I don't have to know the name. Why did they vote no?
Because it was under retail, and as a retail, it was just that was the objection that it where it was. Yeah.
Well, there is no where it was. There's no where it was. This is in reference to this is there was one no vote in reference to the whole new ordinance, first read. Well, you know what? It's first reading. I'll find out.
It is first reading.
You know what? I'm not going to take any more time. I'll find out.
All right. So, do I
had one more question. Mr.
It is your item, so that's nice, Mayor.
Thank you. So what about the radius? Would the radius be an opportunity Meaning, can we specify, for example, if we have 163rd, we have about 7, right? So is that in there as well, the radius?
That would probably be permissible depending, I mean, I can't say any radius.
Right.
But a reasonable radius, if we don't want them to be overly concentrated, a reasonable radius, or I think that was what the director was working on, why we've added the term distance separation, is my understanding that's for that purpose, is it not?
That's the
Mr.
criteria we'll use. That is the criteria we'll use. We have, our distances are very lax, so we basically would increase those and to the maximum limit that we can without.
that includes
Whether the particular excuse me for interrupting, Vice Mayor, but whether the particular distance separation that we're suggesting will necessarily hold up, these depend, they're complex, they depend on a lot of factors, but in general, yes, a distance separation is the kind of thing that would be reasonable for us to say that we want to be a factor in locating them.
Distance is separation in regards to schools and stuff like that. But I'm saying what about the saturation? So if there's a certain area that has 10, is that in there as well?
Let me just answer. The answer is yes, that's permissible. In my opinion,
Is it in there now? That's what I'm asking.
I have to turn to the director for that.
So the distance requirements are different kinds. One is basically from religious places, schools, parks, and wherever children this thing. The other distance requirements would be among shops themselves. So we will try to stay within the limits of not being challenged, but that's the revisions we're going to do, and we'll try to make it as restrictive as we can, so as after consulting with the attorney to make sure that it meets the test not to be challenged.
And we'll confer with the department to try to come up with some. Listen, there's never a guarantee anybody can sue, but the idea is that we try to do something which is reasonable enough that a judge would look at it and say, you're not just trying to block them, you're trying to accomplish a secondary goal, which is not to have an undue concentration.
All right, Madam Clerk, can you please open the floor for public comment?
Good evening. The floor is now open for public comment. If you'd like to speak on this item, please come forward. Thank you.
Mubarak is in. Did anybody ask the question, what are they going to be smoking? You're not interested in what are they smoking? I've had family who smoked the cocaine and the marijuana and they went crazy. And they seem to have gotten better with medical treatment, but they never, 30, 40 years after, they're still not good in their head. And what I noticed with this commission, you're very soft on marijuana, you're very soft on liquor bars, liquor stores, smoke shops. Any smoke shop that come here is going to get a full yes from you guys. You're not firm. Why don't they open these things in Aventura, Sunny Isles Beach, Bay Harbor, and the rest of those nice cities? Why do they have to come here and junk our city with all this trash? It was so heartless of you guys to be punishing people a couple ordinances back with the water. Oh, charge them $100, $200, $300. You do not know if those people went to the hospital and they got such a heavy bill to pay. Water is a thing you can't do without. Marijuana you could do without. Liquor you can do without. But water you can't do without. And you're so heartless. And then you coming up here in the next year and a half and tell us, give us your vote? Give us, no. You've got to be more serious with these smoke shops. Our city is looked like a dump. The CRA is not helping when they allow these businesses to run down and then some marijuana or a smoke shop gonna come along and put some graphics up there. Oh, it looks so nice. And then we flood it with these garbage, junk. And you're not ashamed of yourself. You said that you want to save the children. How are you gonna save the children when you, every 100 foot they pass in, and they either a marijuana shop they pass in, a smoke shop they pass in, a tattoo parlor, all sorts of crappy businesses that you don't find in other nice cities. And any of these staff that is advising you that this is so good, none of them living in North Miami Beach, right? We pay them so well, they don't want to live in this crappy
15
city.
seconds.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so very much. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second? All right, Madam Clerk, can you please do a roll call?
Commissioner Smuckler,
Yes.
Commissioner Chernoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jean,
Yes.
Mayor Michael Joseph.
Yes.
Passes 6-0.
All right, next item.
Move to introduce R 2025-139.
Is there a second?
Yes, second.
Okay, item 11.4, resolution number R 2025-139, approving a purchase order for the purchase of one vacuum truck with Rectian International Trucks, Inc., introduced by the NMB Water Director. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a piggyback contract with Rectian International Trucks, Inc., for the purchase of one vacuum truck in an amount not to exceed $533,368. Authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, subject to the budget appropriation and availability of funds, and providing for an effective date.
All right.
Before he begins, didn't we already do this?
We discussed about it on workshop, and now it's before you for approval, sir.
Okay.
All right, whoa. Down, wait, we lost quorum. But you can discuss this as briefly as you can.
It happened all
Do the presentation, please, as briefly as you can. Thank you.
Sure. No, this item is budgeted item. The current Vector in wastewater collection team, it's about 15 years age and it frequently broken down. We're utilizing Florida Sheriff's Association contract for heavy truck and equipment. And we're bringing before you this item not to exceed $533,368, and it's already budgeted.
All right. Do I have a motion? No, it's not. It's a resolution.
Second.
All right. All in favor? Oh, Commissioner Smith.
I just want to know, does the money come out of the water fund?
Sewer fund.
The sewer fund? Thank you
Yes,
very
ma'am.
much.
All right. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Roll call, it's an ordinance.
It's a resolution.
It is a resolution. Okay, sorry about that.
Passes unanimous. Oh, it passes not unanimous, but 5-0. Wait, how does? Okay, so it passes unanimously.
Now
it does. Next item.
6-0.
Move to introduce Resolution R 2025-140.
IT.
Second.
IT Director. Oh, a second, yes.
Item 11.5, resolution number R 2025-140, Information Technologies IT Master Purchase, introduced by the Chief Information Officer. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, authorizing the utilization of Florida Department of Management Services, National Cooperative Purchasing Alliance, GSA contracts, and other national cooperatives for the purchase of the city's information technology, hardware, software service, and maintenance operational needs. Authorizing the city manager to execute all related documents to effectuate the purchase with the awarded vendors and authorized distributors in the total budgeted amount not to exceed the amounts herein for fiscal year 2025-26, subject to the budget appropriation and availability of funds, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
All right, this is just a piggyback, right? Oh, this is Commissioner Smith's item that you pull it? Oh, no, wait. No, this is someone could be. IT Director, please, this is a piggyback contract, right?
Yes, I'll be very brief. I just have
A series of piggybacks, please.
Exactly. So a little bit of background on this resolution. We've already gone through this back in September 2022 and also in September 2023. So we're just coming back with amounts that are updated due to additional softwares that have been purchased and so on. But back in 2022, we came to you for 2.5 million. In 2023, we came back for 3.91 million. Now, based on our 6.5 proposed budget, we're coming for 6 million. So, and it's piggybacking several different contracts. The breakdown of those contracts is in the RESO as well as the attachments, and you will also see not only what contract we're piggybacking and when does it expire, but you will see what we use the money for. So each vendor and what we purchase with that vendor.
Okay. Thank you so very much. Seeing no discussion on days, do I have a motion?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, next item, since it was pulled, the other.
Yes, sir.
So we're going into appointments. Can I get a motion to do how do we do it again? Like when we do it collectively?
Collective. I deferred it to.
Commissioner Smucker pulled it, or deferred it.
Well, the commission voted to defer it.
Yes.
Commissioner Smucker introduced the motion and it was passed.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to appointments. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve all of them?
City Attorney, is that okay?
I don't see any reason why, per motion, you can't approve the pending appointments.
And
appointments.
And new appointments.
Yeah.
It's the ones that are listed, and as long as it's the ones that are already listed.
Yes.
There's no
The
problem.
reappointments.
The appointments and
Well, some are new, but it doesn't
Some are
matter.
new,
You
some are
can
new.
consolidate them as long as they're in front of you when you know what you're consolidating.
Right.
So I have
To approve them all.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, it passes unanimously. Next, we go to discussion. Since Commissioner Sue's not here, let's go to 15.2, asphalt work, Eastern Shores.
Yay. Okay, so as you all heard this earlier, the meeting, some residents were complaining about the flooding in Eastern Shores. So this is something that happened after the new water work was done and the asphalt was put in. I, for one, will tell you that I've never had flooding in front of my house. Are you missing something?
No,
I'm sorry. It's okay. No, I thought.
I apologize about that.
It's okay. I thought I was going to help you find it. I, for one, will tell you that there was never, ever any flooding in front of my house. And now I can tell you that to go outside and get the garbage on a rainy night or day, I have to navigate through the puddles because I really don't feel like slipping and falling. So I'm just going to give you an example of myself. I can tell you that there's a house on 171st Street that right now there's no one living there, but whenever somebody moves in, they will tell you that on a rainy day, they cannot walk their dog if they had one because and I have pictures in my phone and I'd be more than happy to show it to everyone here. There's a big puddle in front of their house. They cannot walk on, they cannot go from their driveway to the street with the puddle. And then we've had a lot of residents complaining, and we had residents here complaining. I have residents, I'm sure Commissioner Smith, you've seen it in the WhatsApp chat. I believe you're on it. And I'm going to tell you that I remember when they did 35th Avenue, that Andrea, who was the director, the water department director, had said to me that Public Works did 35th Avenue, but that water was taking care of the streets. So, first of all, I want to know why do I have a puddle in front of my house that I didn't have one before? Why does everybody else who's complaining that they have puddles in front of their house didn't used to have them and now do? Is there a reason? Is this acceptable?
No, it's not. But the Vice Mayor had a thought, and I don't know if you want to.
Okay.
I wanted to piggyback off what Commissioner Smuckler is saying. What are the layers of accountability? So Black and Beach was overseeing this, and NMB Water. right?
There's also a contractor involved.
So there's 3 parties
You're
involved.
correct, your statement is correct, but there is one addition.
Black and Veatch is here?
Yes, ma'am. Black and Veatch construction management team are also here.
So I want to talk to the attorney to the liability of this, right? So you have 3 parties that were involved on a project, and there's issues with the final product. What does the liability stand?
This matter has been called to our attention. We've conducted some, maybe substantial is the best word, research into the nature of the work that was done, the history of it, and the current circumstances. Certainly, it is a matter where we could commence litigation against probably at least 2 parties, the party overseeing it, Black and Veatch, and the party that actually did the work. We would not want to commence that litigation without some reasonable prospect of success. Now, I'm not here to talk about possible weaknesses in our case on the public record. I would not want to comment on that because we might begin litigation. There are some concerns that we would need to clarify before we would commence litigation, and we can't have an executive session about it without actually commencing litigation. So at this time, so that we can make a determination about going forward, my preference would be that those commissioners, which could concern all of you that have a concern about this, I'd like to talk to you off the dais individually and discuss the pros and cons with you. I'm happy to do that with each of you.
The company that did the asphalt work, have they been approached? Have they been told, hey, you did a bad job, you need to redo it?
That I have to leave to whether the director has had that
And Mr.
conversation.
Mayor, the most important question here is that we had lots of residents come before us tonight complaining about similar issues. We have to address it, no matter whether there's a lawsuit to fix it or not. We got to fix it as a city.
Right.
These are our residents. We can't let them keep coming and complaining to us. That's not right. Our job, we don't make the rules. We don't, dictate what the employees do. We make the rules, but satisfy our citizens. They're the ones who pay to be here.
And let me clarify, if I might, Commissioner, that
I think we need to
nothing
fix it,
about
yeah.
what I've said about possible litigation is in any way intended to say the city can't just do whatever it takes to fix it. The question of whether or not we can recover any of those costs is a separate question.
So can water fix this, please? And then we can figure out who's going to pay for it? Because
I'll defer to water on that, but let me say that from a litigation standpoint, the fact that there's a problem that needs to be fixed does not mean that, we can't fix it. We would want to give notice to the companies if they wanted to.
This notice should have been given months ago. We've been complaining about this for months. This isn't something that's new. For months and months and months and months, I have been sending emails and pictures and talking, and not here on the dais, but there is a problem, okay? We've complained. So why do I have to bring this up today? Like, why wasn't this already taken care of? Why do I have to sit here and talk about it?
Let me just say, Commissioner Smuckler, where I was going with it was we would want to give notice specifically that we are going to make the repairs, and if they want to do any kind of testing for preservation in case of litigation, they better do it pretty quickly or else.
I understand your standpoint. To be clear, do you need us to say that we want to move forward with pre-litigation and at this point?
No, sir, pre-litigation doesn't require any authorization. We've already been speaking with the department about what remedies are available. Your direction to the department
to fix the problem,
something to fix it.
We're saying that we want water to fix it now.
Correct.
Absolutely.
And that doesn't take a vote
now.
of you.
Water should have fixed this months ago, not here because I'm talking about it now. This should have been fixed. It's wrong. It's obviously wrong.
Yeah.
You don't have to be an asphalt contractor to know that when something is flooding, and it never flooded before, but it is now, that there's something wrong. And I think have they done some patchwork, some patch testing? Because there's little holes now, so either we're about to have sinkholes on every street or some patch testing has been done.
The
Or
scope of
maybe-
contract, I have construction manager as far as the scope. From water department standpoint, there was a scope for this contract, which is predated me as well. And
No, I'm talking about now, because in the last 2 weeks, I'm seeing
if
little
there
holes.
is, yes, ma'am, if there is any issue, we complete and close out all the claims, and there are certain claims, there is a process that when there is a complaint comes, we go through risk management and contract obligation and the claim process, and we hold the contractor accountable for any claim related to work that they have done that they're obligated per contract to perform.
I'm sorry, I'm asking you if in the last week or so, there was any patch tests done, because if it wasn't done, there's a sinkhole that's about to happen on every single street.
Not that
There's
I've known. To my knowledge, there
there's
was no patch testing. No. And I
Okay,
have
then we're gonna have
documents.
sinkholes.
Would love to hear from the contractor,
Remember I said
the overseer of the project, Black and Beach. Mr. Mayor, can we hear from Black and Beach?
Where's Black and Beach is here?
Yes.
And by the way, I'm still waiting for the stripes down the street.
restripe.
The restriping that was promised.
Forget it. You
At a
don't want
com-
restripes if they're got to fix it.
No. I'm just saying that was never done as well. And that was actually, it was said yes, and I sent pictures, very faint lines, but I sent
Was there any
pictures
claim for that?
That it was, that there was there before.
If you allow me, I would, have the Black and Witch as well.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So the first reference to the, okay.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Akil with Black and Veatch. We're the program managers for the project. You're concerned about the striping. So when we did our investigation and the contractor did the pre-construction video, which is what they look at before they do any work on site, they did not find any striping along the streets there.
Okay,
we have
so I did send pictures with a very faint stripe. I did send a picture a few months ago with, on my street with it was a faint stripe. I found a picture of a flat tire in my car, my husband's car, and there was and I sent the picture and I said there was a faint, I'll find the email, but I did send that picture showing that it was a faint stripe, but it was there. And I believe Commissioner Smith also had it, because your street was repaved a few years ago, and I believe it was completely done as well.
Do you recall the location?
168, so
I
I'm gonna,
mean, like where on the street?
in the middle.
When we reviewed it, I don't think the stripe went the whole way down.
Yeah, that's what I want to say. So
All right,
the striping
I'm gonna,
stops at,
I'm
It
gonna,
stops.
at the intersection. So and that's what we took care of, which is a stop bar, and then you have the 50-foot.
I'm gonna look for my,
You know, I want to interject.
Yes.
This is the thing. This flooding doesn't have to be a heavy rain. It does not. This flooding as I said, we have people that have unbelievable expensive cars. That doesn't make them better than anybody else, and it doesn't make them worse. But it makes us responsible to have a street that they can ride their car on without getting their car damaged. Anybody. So we have been getting these complaints I can't begin to tell you, months and months. So I know it seems like a huge project. What do you do? Start tearing up the road where there is so many puddles and deep puddles? But it has to be done. So what's the plan? What's the plan that we can tell the people, here's the plan?
Well, and again, on Phyllis's point,
Yeah.
before the Public Works project or the Water Works project on 35th Avenue and the streets, they didn't have a problem. They now have a problem.
Yeah.
May I add some
So something's wrong.
May I add some context for the clarity? The contract was awarded with certain specific spec. And the spec for the contract and contractor was to do 1-inch milling, 1-inch resurfacing without any road modification or improvement as far as grade or slope on the contract. And the contractor performed the work as it was laid out in the contract. And it's been substantially completed. We have done.
We see the stripe.
Commissioner
Smith.
Can I just say North Miami Beach seems to move so slow. 6 months to get something in front of us, 2 years to talk about the puddles, and 2 years, and a year from now, we'll still be talking about the puddles. Something has to be done. Some movement has to be made. So if it comes to litigation, then movement has to be made.
But let me say, Commissioner, I think, and I'll direct this both to, well, let me direct it to the department director as opposed to the Black and Veatch rep. I want to be clear again, whether or not there's going to be litigation, that does not impact whether or not something can be under.
Absolutely, and I agree with you.
Let me wait till the director, I'm sorry, the commissioner is speaking to. Whether or not we're going to undertake litigation does not mean that there can't be some remedial plan come up with and effectuated, whether or not we're going to have litigation.
So look, there's
Oh, I understand. I just want to say one thing. I understand, and I also agree with the attorney. If we're going to have solid whatever, then we have to give them an opportunity. But you just stood up here from Black and Beach. You didn't give us, what's your plan? He's here. He represents the company. Let him tell us what his plan is. I'd like to hear from him.
Sure.
What's your plan?
Ma'am, for clarity, what is the plan of what? What was the question?
Of fixing the puddles on the streets.
The question is if it's related to this contract activity or not first.
If it wasn't there before and it's there
It's
now.
not, this actually, excuse me, it's not the question.
Sure.
The question being asked is, there's a problem out there now that's visible, that people have reported. Whether it's related to this contract or not is not what I'm hearing. The issue is, there's a problem.
Fix it.
Fix the problem. How can the problem be addressed? The question of whether or not there is some, quote, accountability for how this condition came to exist is not the question. The question is, can the problem be fixed? And then it falls to my office to determine whether we can hold someone accountable for some portion or all of the cost of fixing the problem. But the question is, how can the repairs be made so people don't have this problem? What can be done? Maybe we can hold someone accountable, maybe we can't, but these commissioners are saying, fix this problem.
Okay, so
how do we fix it?
I'm going to make a motion, but I'm going to wait. I have to wait, but I'm just going to let you know, my motion is going to be for water to cover the cost to, I don't know if we have to fix it.
all right.
And you guys can then figure it out on.
Water can't just arbitrarily cover the costs. They're
Well-
regulated on how to spend money
Well,
by federal and so
but
on.
the water department was responsible for this project,
I'm
so.
not saying, but I'm telling you that you're going to tell him to do something when he can't.
Why can't
We're
he?
tying it to the specific project is potentially problematic. Saying we have a problem, how can this problem be fixed? Whether it has anything to do with the previous project or not, whether someone is accountable specifically or not, you don't need somebody to pick up part of the tab to tell your administration citizens are suffering, fix the problem.
Right. In fact, on my street, I can tell you that they laid the asphalt, and then a few nights later.
We don't disagree.
No, I'm just telling you that it was so badly done that
Andy.
they had to break everything apart and redo it again because the asphalt wasn't hot enough or something like that. But, Andy, even though I'm waiting for.
Oh, you want to make it official?
I want to make it official, but I think that water is responsible, so, because it was their project, so I'm not trying to make you have another project. I'm trying to, make whoever is responsible for it responsible. And that picture, by the way, with the stripes is from July 2023. So where there was a stripe, and I 1,000,000% remember at a commission meeting where I said the stripes were very faint, and I might have been you that said it, but somebody said it that yes, that we would get them back. And I remember, and you know what, I'm going to call Esmond, because I remember speaking to Esmond for years about let's restripe, and Esmond would say to me that when we did the water project, we would restripe. I don't know if he's going to remember that conversation, but I will be calling him in the next few days.
And I'm going to ask the mayor if I can, under her umbrella of the roads flooding, if we can chase the 3-4 people that have poles, that are leaning, that have too many wires, that are not, have come to the city and they have a contract with the city, and we've ignored the responsibility they have to keep it looking good. And under that same piggyback, let's chase those companies and let's not wait. I spoke to all of the 3 CEOs. I spoke to them from the hospital. I spoke to them, and they all 3 said, I'll have somebody out there tomorrow and the next day, and they did. But they didn't accomplish the goal. So do I call them again? Let's get staff calling them daily, every 2 days, and let's get, all over the city. If Commissioner Chernoff has it in Sky Lake, they must have it in Ulita, they must have it south of 163rd. Let's get that done, too. I'm going to use that same umbrella to bring that up.
And would you like to see the pictures of the house on 171st Street where you can't,
We believe
you can't
May
walk?
I add something, Commissioner Smucker?
Daniela's gone.
And then I'm not understanding, like, when it's raining, it's like really weird. There's like these dry patches. It's very weird. And look, these are those.
May I add something, Commissioner Smucker?
Yes.
We, as a NMB Water, we're part of city, and we're here to provide best service to our resident. When resident complain, it's our job, all of us as a team, to address it. Now, if there is an issue and we believe they substantially completed, which we're all here to support the decision of.
I'm sorry, excuse me for interrupting, Mr. Nickvan, but questions of substantial completion which would directly impact potential litigation should not be placed on the record.
All right.
Myself. I'm the only.
The solution, what I'm trying to say, we would seek for help.
Because I asked that question, nobody answered me.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
I asked if there was any core testing done, and nobody answered me.
If there was any what done?
Core testing.
Yes, it was.
I said patch test. I didn't say core. I said patch test.
You said
Mr. Mayor, if I may,
No, we have a commissioner from
Yes,
Madam,
okay.
Commissioner Smucker, please. We have a quorum.
I'm making a motion. I would like to make a motion that the Eastern Shores, the streets, not the, I don't believe there's any issues going on the avenue.
Well, there might be on 164th, we don't know where, there might be.
Okay, that, that the flooding be eliminated, and if it involves having to redo all the asphalt work, then it is, and then it should be done. But it needs to be corrected.
Can we do it under purview of the public works since they're expert body on it? We're not good on asphalt.
No, wait, no, we have a, so we have a, Madam City Attorney, please.
Commissioner, would it be satisfactory if you phrased it that you are directing the administration to have some staff department, this way you don't need to say whether it's water, it's public works, or whoever, that the administration be directed to have a staff department look into and attempt to remedy the current flooding taking place in Eastern Shores in the quickest and most efficient way possible? Would that accomplish what you're trying to do?
Yes, but ultimately, I don't want this to be that the city of North Miami Beach has to pay for this. If we didn't make a mistake. I want it done, but I also want it
to go sue those guys.
We are
I want
currently,
someone
for
to
the
be
record, we are looking at the possibility of holding someone legally accountable. We're trying to make a determination as to the likely success of that, and we're undertaking that, and we don't need a motion from you to do that. We're looking at it right now, and I'll certainly talk with you and any other member of the dais one-on-one, rather than having to talk about strengths and weaknesses of our case from the dais.
And also, this flooding, it's been on, back a few months ago when it was barely raining, on those barely raining days, it was already flooding. So I've been complaining about this for months. I'm not complaining about it now that it's been raining. I've been complaining about this since day one, since that little sprinkle started, and I've been complaining about it.
Yes, ma'am, understood, and that's why I phrased it,
Okay,
that your
so what
direction
do you
is to
say?
the administration to find a way to get it done.
All right, so are we gonna do a motion or we don't have to do it?
No, that is a motion.
That's a motion.
All right, all in favor say aye?
Aye.
Who seconded? There was a motion?
Jay did.
Seconded.
Jay did.
Commissioner Jordan.
Noted, thanks.
All right, next discussion item is FRS.
Okay, so, thank you. So first of all, I just want to be clear that I'm not saying I want this, I'm not saying I don't want this. What I'm saying is, I believe that the FRS system would, especially within our police department, I think that would be an amazing way to not just retain and recruit and retain employees especially in the police department, but also within our city. So I would, and I'm not sure why the commissioners have FRS. And
You do?
We do.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, we do. We do. Absolutely. We have a 1,000,000% sure.
So
Right,
you wanna offer,
100%.
you wanna offer this, like?
I would like to, I mean, I can't just say, let's offer it. We have to look into it to see.
So you wanna direct staff to come back with a?
Well,
with the
so,
possibility?
so Tariq did Seth, is it Seth? Because I know I discussed it with you and.
That is correct.
Was anything ever looked into that?
Yeah, we connected with the police department. We had the conversation. They shared with us some previous work that's been done in this area. we requested that information, so I'm going through it now. Once I come to a conclusion, I can share that information with you guys.
I mean, I remember one day speaking to a police officer, and I said, "Oh, you should come and work with North Miami Beach." He's like, "No, you guys don't have FRS." So I think that not just within the police department, but also for our citywide, I think it'll be a lot of it would be an easier way to recruit and retain.
To my collection with talking to the chief and the deputy chief, this analysis was done before only for the police department. So we're going back to that old information to see what the cost was. Of course, things change. And then with the city management office, we can come back with some proposal how we can assess what the market is and how much is that going to cost if this body, governing body, wants to switch to FRS.
All right. So we're giving you consensus that we need a deep analysis.
Like
correct.
Sooner rather than later.
We're on it.
Okay.
Commissioners.
Because we want to, and I will keep on top of this because we really want to be able to recruit.
Yeah, we've been having a hard time on that. Next item is 15.4, sorry. Public Works.
Arlene waited all this time.
Yes, Public Works Director, can you please do your presentation briefly? Thank you.
Yes, will do. Good evening, Mayor, Commission, Attorney, City Manager, everybody. Wanted to present for discussion the citywide bus shelter project. Real briefly, this has been a topic of conversation since 2021, where you approved some resolution to purchase about 13 bus shelters. The Public Works team had begun installation, at which point the commission had requested for the project itself to halt because of design concerns that the commission had. Real quickly, some conversations around the commission were around safety with the gray back panel. You didn't want any additional spending on retrofitting those shelters that were purchased. And then additionally, you wanted to see a more standardized look for the city. Sometime around between May and August of 2023, the CRA board, however, did approve the shelters that you did originally purchase. And so what we're here to discuss is there are about 6 shelters sitting, currently sitting in the operations center, which is the design that you had purchased. Those shelters mirror what you're looking at right now on the screen. You have installed about 6 of those shelters. Those 6 that are installed, you have one on Northeast 163rd and 15th Avenue. You have another one near Tire Kingdom, near 163rd and 17th Avenue. You have a third one at Northeast 163rd and 28th Avenue. And then you have 2 that are side by side with each other on 167th and Northeast 8th. So that proposed other location was at 6th. This one is at 8th. And so what we are asking is for you to give us some clear direction in terms of what would you like to do with the currently installed shelter and the 6 that are actually already purchased and have been sitting in the op center.
Okay, Director, question, what's your recommendation?
So our recommendation, based on what the commission has discussed, which is standardization, we drove around Aventura, we drove around Miami Gardens area, neighboring cities, and most cities have opted to go with a common design with the county. So from a standardization design, and that design pretty much looks like what you're looking at on the screen. It's really a clear backing and side panel with etched city logo in the back.
Is that what you want us? Okay.
Yeah. That's what everybody else is doing. It keeps you standardized with everything that you have in the city right now.
I just want to be on the same page with all of our departments.
All right. Same logo. So, okay, so we want standardization. Commissioner Smith.
city seal.
And you shouldn't call on me because I have no patience that 4 years later we're still talking about bus.
I just want to give them direction and go with the recommendation.
I mean, 4 years later. First and foremost, could we just take those 6 out of the warehouse and put them somewhere? Let's just put them. We have 6. We have 6 that are sitting there. So let's just do that.
So we did drive around, and based on your new routes that are launching October 1st, identified about 8 locations that would be potentially ideal. Remember, because of the size of these shelters and placement, we still have to leave a certain clearance, right? So if you don't mind me going through.
Wait, hang on, just so I can be on the same page. So we have 6 in the warehouse. We're going to need, given that that means we have 8 potential locations.
There's 8 potential locations, and you have 6 that are in good condition. We did a condition assessment about.
And how many were you going to order now?
We don't have intent to order any more.
So why do we have to pick a design?
Excuse me?
Why are we picking a design?
So because there's been some back and forth conversations, when the past team, Public Works team, attempted to install, you guys did not want the continuity of installing the ones with the gray background because of safety, blind spot issues, lack of standardization, and so forth and so on. So that stopped everything.
So
yeah, there's blind spots. There's clear blind spots. Yeah.
Director, question. So are you saying, just so we can be on the same page, that order brand new, at least 8 more?
No, I am not. So
what do you suggest, just so we can be clear?
Yeah, so
No, she's
let me be
more.
clear.
She
I am.
said if she orders more, do we want to pick a design? And if we want to put in the input where we're moving the 6 out of the warehouse, where are we putting them? I just say move the 6. And by the time we pick a design and actually order 2 years from now, the design will change. So we're better off just to bring up the design.
And actually, no. For clarity, let me be a little bit more clear. What I'm proposing is that we retro what we currently have to standardize with the county. And so what that means is they would remove the gray backing to allow to remove the blind spots that currently exist. So they would put the plexiglass around it, which is a much stronger material, could withstand a little bit more strain. And it has the city seal in the back. So it's standardized with the county. It costs around $3,300 per shelter, which you have already encumbered that fund, by the way. So that fund is already sitting there. It's been rolling over year in the budget, actually.
Didn't we change it from the clear to the? Didn't we change it from the clear? I remember you talking about the design. It was clear, and we changed it.
No, I think what happened with that was the concern about safety. That background. I think we had already said we wanted to retrofit them. I think that's exactly what we discussed for the ones that we have. And then there was another conversation, I think, with the CRA about Hanford Boulevard, and there was a design and everything that we had selected, I think, on the CRA level. So I would definitely be in agreement with doing that, retrofitting them and getting them out. If there's only 6 of them, I wouldn't mind seeing that. But I think also there was we don't have to take that on.
All of them or just the 6?
What?
So we would be retroing all of them, right, including the ones that are installed today, so that they all have the clear panels and the city seal in the back. Okay.
I think there was another conversation, which we don't have to do all that tonight, but about the whatever else you're going. Do you plan on ordering more after this?
Only if you ask me to.
But for now, we don't
Today's discussion is just what we already purchased that are sitting there.
So I'll leave it at
just
that.
to make sure that they're installed. Yeah.
Do you need a motion?
Mr. Mayor, that would be great if we can have a motion so we don't come back and
do I have a motion?
I make a motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. And you're leaving it up to Public Works to make a determination which 6 locations out of
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very
Now,
much.
speaking, if I may, just a second, Mr. Manager, speaking of bus benches, I'm on the Transit Development Plan Advisory Review Committee, and they wanted to have I went to their meeting, and they wanted to have like a meeting for all the Northeast area residents to be able to attend. I'm going to be having a phone call meeting with them tomorrow as well, but I kind of volunteered our center here to allow for a meeting.
Public purpose, no problem.
Thank you so much.
Tomorrow, though? Tomorrow?
No, I'm
Okay.
having a meeting with them tomorrow, because I maybe sort of kind of volunteered our city.
Before you leave, when you pick, excuse me, I didn't mean to interrupt. When you pick the places, maybe put some in the residential areas, like by Washington Park, by 9th Avenue, not just on the main streets where people have to walk literally to pick up the bus. Maybe put some where there's not a bus shelter because people talk about standing in the heat in the residential. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so very much, Commissioner Fortunas Muckler. You are the last one before we go to reports, which is manager process.
Oh, forgot about that. Okay.
I was waiting for the discussion, so that's what.
Texted my husband, it's over.
No, we're about to. No, it's going to be quick because we're yes.
Okay, so yes, we need to have a manager's process. So a manager, not managers.
Thank you for for putting this on this agenda, and also I'm taking into account what was stated in the record by Commissioner Sue. I would like to schedule two meetings, one in October, another one in November prior to the expiration of our current interim city manager. One to bring the ones that we selected, as well as then making a decision in November, giving enough times to do interviews and what have you.
How are we selecting them?
So, here's the thing. So, city attorney, I know you have your way of going about it. I think that between now and then, to accommodate some of the concern that Commissioner Sue has, I would like to open it up until that particular date for people to turn in applications outside of Florida, because that was one of the concerns.
No, we said we would keep it in Florida.
You want to?
We said we would keep it in Florida, and we gave it until August 21st.
Wait. Are we not happy with all the applicants we got?
Well, I mean, there's.
We had 70-something applicants.
Could I?
This was, I'm sorry, Commissioner Smith. I just want to say that when I went to the Florida League of Cities conference, I went to the booth of the Florida Managers Association, I think it was, or one of them, and I said, do you know we're looking for a manager? And they're like, yes, we know, and we've let people know. So it's out there. It's not like. It's like if somebody wants to apply, they could have applied.
No, here's my thing, right?
No, we need to have a process. Let's say we're going to say 10 that we're going to interview, 5 that we're going to interview.
No, what I'm saying is that we will come up, on that first meeting, when we have it, sometime in October, we will decide at that point, narrowing it down, right?
Why wouldn't we narrow it down now and move it forward?
We need to.
Could I just say something, please? Two things. One is you can't do it in November because it won't give the time for your applicant to give notice. Some of them want to give 2 weeks notice. Some, if you read them, some want to give 3 weeks.
No, I was thinking about doing it early. Like, look, in regards to the flexibility of the interim city manager, like if it's, I'm saying that I want to give enough time. The concern that has been that we're not. I want us to have a process and a very transparent process.
Well, we have.
Okay.
We put it out there. We had 70-something people apply.
And I want to say that if you look at the applications, now I only have 10 that I've looked at. I thought there were 12, and my assistant's going to get me the ones that were selected. But if you look at them, they come from California. And if you read, how did they hear about us? So one comes from California. How did you hear about us? And they said on the website, they said on the manager's website. So if you're looking for,
I don't remember one.
I don't remember that one.
I have them with me, and I circled where they're from.
There. Just remember,
a city attorney,
Mr. Mayor, there were two piles, right? The ones that the qualified.
Well, actually,
right. The qualified, I thought, how many were on yours? Mine was 10.
So there was 73 applicants, I think it was, or 77. 10 made the preferred list. 19 of qualified. 19, I think, met minimum requirements, and like 44, I think did not meet the requirements. So out of the 10 that met the preferred requirements, I've actually already spoken myself to, I think, 6 of them. One of them didn't answer the call, and the other 3 I just didn't have time to call.
If I may, did we not already talk to procurement and HR and decided in what direction?
No, well, we were going to open the, city attorney,
Just a quick comment. Look, commissioners, I have no opinion, and I don't express anything to you about whether you should reopen it or the dates or anything. I'm not touching that. That's up to you, of course. It's all up to you. But I do have this process suggestion from having been through a lot of these, and I would offer this suggestion. I may have said it once before. The first thing is you have staff. It can be procurement director, that's fine. It can be HR, it can be the 2 of them working together. Eliminate everyone who does not meet minimum qualifications. If that's done, great. But, somebody who wants to be your manager because they were the night manager at McDonald's does not meet your minimum qualifications. So you have a pool that's left. It sounds like, from what I heard, it might be 19, but whatever it is.
No, it was 10 met the...
10 preferred, but 19 you said met minimum qualifications.
An additional 19.
Okay, then it's 29. Whatever that number is, my point is, and that's not whether, if you want to reopen it, if you don't, I don't care. I have no opinion. That's up to you. But the process is simply, that I suggest to you is this. You take all of those who have met minimum qualifications, however many that is. You have 7 members. Each of your members selects their top 3 out of those who have met minimum qualifications and submits that to, like, the city clerk, okay? Or if you want to HR or to procurement, whoever. But each of you picks 3. By doing that, you immediately reduce your pool to no larger than 21. But since some of you undoubtedly will pick the same people, you reduce your pool immediately to 12 to 15. Somebody who meets minimum qualifications, but not one of you picks to be in your top 3, just eliminate them. You then take that pool of 12 to 15. You look at it, and then you decide your top. You can say it's your top 6, top 8, whatever. And if there's a tie, just include them. But you take that first cut of 12 to 15. You pick the top 6 or 7, and then you set up a process where each of those people is interviewed publicly, and make sure that each of you has the opportunity to... Yes, sir?
No, I agree with your statement, because it fits in my first meeting, second meeting. The issue I have is this.
Yes, sir?
I want to make sure we do background checks on each one of...
Absolutely.
100%. And this is something. And this is something that I've seen happen in other communities, like in Fort Lauderdale. If you do not, I want us to do thorough background checks.
Yes, sir. Just to conclude, and I'll shut up, because that's you have all other points. My point would be, when you get to that 12 to 15, based on each of you naming 3, you can do background checks. I mean, to do it on 12 people, it's not excessive. And based on the background checks and your own taking a vote, you cut it to, if you say we'll cut it to 5 and it turns out it's 7, who cares? You do public interviews. But commissioners, do not deprive yourself of the opportunity to have private interviews. There may be a question you want to ask somebody that's not asked. The public can watch the public. You have private, and then you vote on your finalists, and then you pick. All right. And it's just a way for you to keep control. I'm done, man.
So I know you want to bring procurement. I know you do. Okay, so I understand that. My thing is that did we do background checks on any of these individuals? The one, and that's one thing I want to be done prior to this. That's what I want, right? That's something that's a.
Well, how long will that take? About.
So what group would we be doing the background?
I guess by when we're missing. Okay, and that's okay. So. Because I want to be mindful of the commissioners that are here, because I do not want to have because when we meet, at the next, we're gonna call a special meeting in October, right? At that special meeting, we'll follow the mandate or the suggested protocol in regards to what the city.
No, I think we have to, but when we get to that October meeting, we have to already have established each of our top three.
Yeah, and then subsequent from that meeting, we will we'll set up another special meeting to pick the person that we choose. It's 2 minutes.
So wait, so what are we gonna do at this first special meeting?
You cast your votes or turn them in
Yeah.
advance, tabulate them.
Mm-hmm.
for your
It's
top
public.
three each.
Yeah.
That'll produce 12 to 15.
Okay, so-
You then
so-
direct background checks on all the 12
Yeah.
to 15.
Yeah, but how long does a background check take?
It shouldn't. We do background checks when we do our elections. It takes like.
And a dozen applicants.
For
how-
this type of process, I would look to an outside contractor to perform that type of.
And we have to pay for the
Okay, but
expedite.
now, you know, this.
I would say, the 3 to 5 days for them
that's-
to do
yeah,
that.
that's
It's
what
a
we-
search of social media history, criminal
Yeah.
cases.
Okay, so
civil
why can't we, let's say, I'm just throwing tomorrow, I don't really mean tomorrow, but why can't I tomorrow email the clerk and say, these are my top three choices?
Because I'm not saying that you can't do that.
So why can't we all do that by, let's say, the end of the month,
Well,
or whatever date? Say,
look,
these are our top three choices, then we have the, let's say, 15 of them, and they can actually come to that special meeting and.
And you can order the background. Once you have that list, you can order the background checks. And if it's a week or 10 days, you have it before you have to reduce that list.
I'd like to say, I also want to say something.
No, we're finalizing our process. Look, so Commissioner Smith.
I've already done this process before, and it works real well. It works
All right,
real
so
well.
this is what we're gonna-
But let me just say.
Sorry, Commissioner Smith.
Somebody suggested West Palm Beach, I think it was West Palm Beach, Boca, one of them had a very 7-hour that was strictly to hire their attorney, and I watched it. And they had questions. There was 50 questions given by the city, but they had 7 that they felt were important. And I got copies. I sent for a record, I didn't, my aide sent for records requests. The questions are darn good. What are you going to do to make our city better? These kind of questions. The thing that's most important is it's very difficult on a piece of paper or one conversation to find somebody's values, to find somebody's morals, to find somebody's integrity. So we really, those things are very significant key element to having a good manager. So we really have to take our time, and as Commissioner Smuckler said, her 3 she spoke to personally, which I have every intention of speaking to my picks as well.
And I just want to give enough time to everybody. That's what I'm saying. I'll call a special meeting in October, early, and then we'll follow up with another meeting. Between now and then, we'll follow the process, so we can just move on. We want to move
Okay,
forward.
but I'm not sure what the process is.
But
When you're-
let me say that the most important thing I want to say to you is this. When I interviewed with you and you were picking a city attorney, there was something in place that said that none of you could speak to any of us who were applicants. At the time, I thought that was ridiculous. You have to make this. This is the most important selection you make. Do not deny yourselves
I already
the
started making that phone
opportunity
call.
to speak to the candidates so that you can talk to them privately. Make sure you take everything to do what Commissioner Smith said, that you have the opportunity not only to have them interviewed publicly so the public can see it, but that you have the chance to speak, because otherwise you're handcuffing yourself in your choice.
Okay, so we've expressed, we'll call a special meeting in October, follow up with another meeting.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm not clear, and I just want to make sure we're clear.
Just one more time.
Okay, wait, hold on. The 3 of us, the 7 of us are going to come back by when?
I would say the first week of October, to have to give everyone.
No, because we need to give time to HR to
And we can do a preliminary background
Yeah.
that's not as extensive as a selected.
I don't think I'll be here the first week of October, okay.
Yeah, but the problem is that if you, I'd rather,
And
because
what would
this
we do with
costs,
that information? Would we be able to
yeah,
act
but
upon it?
these background checks cost money, so I wouldn't want you to do a background checks on 50 people when we only need 15.
There is consideration that, depending upon what background information's made available, whether we're acting upon it to preclude us from advancing with the process where we haven't even identified a candidate. It can be discriminatory depending on how it is. There's
Right.
fair credit reporting rules that should
Also, like,
guide
and
our
I want to question her. Because I don't think one thing I want to know is that if anybody that we would select, if there's anything that is out there, maybe litigation pending or what have you, I want to know that because that can come back and bite us. I want to make sure of that. I want to make that very clear.
Okay, so today's September 8th. What about if we come back by the 2 weeks, tomorrow, 2 weeks from tomorrow, the 23rd, that each of us have to provide 3 names to.
That's fine.
Well, we can do that. We can provide the names, and we'll have the. Well, are you not going to be? So the first week of October, you're not here.
I don't think so, no.
So we'll have the meeting the second week of October, but that's the date we have to submit everything. We will submit our term. Yeah. So we'll have the meeting on the second week of October, and then follow up with a meeting to we'll do another special meeting to make a choice.
Okay, so in the first week of October, okay, September 23rd, by September 23rd, we each have to provide 3 names, right?
That's yeah.
To the
But what
to the clerk who will, or to Jacob, or to both.
now the only issue I have is this: we have two. This is the issue I have. This is the issue. We're gonna have a meeting by the second week of October because of Commissioner Smith. We're putting not, I wouldn't say a deadline, but this is the date we're shooting for that everyone has to turn in their particular picks, right? If it takes 5 days or what have you.
I would say that'd be an approximate time frame for us.
So just to give him as much time until that first meeting.
Okay, so that if we're saying we have until September 23rd and it takes another week, that's already September 30th.
But we're not gonna have the first meeting to October.
Okay, so he has ample time.
So I would say, can we just not do it to give them drop date of the 30th, the latest, the 30th, September 30th, right? That's the latest date we submit and then we'll have the first meeting and finalize or.
But why can't we just do it the 23rd and he has it ready by the 30th?
Because that still gives enough. That's still good. I want to just give deference because I know. I don't want to.
What?
I want to give deference. So I want to give deference like we're doing the best. So to the 30th, that's
we're doing 2 weeks. We've had these names already by that time we've had these names for a month.
The date still remains the same.
It still says the date still.
And you know what? We have 2 of our commissioners not here.
Yeah, I don't want to. I don't want to be. I want to.
I'm sure one is probably watching, and one. Okay, so the 30th. Okay.
All right, the 30th, and then we'll do a subsequent meeting. So we know what we're doing. Thank you so very much.
Wait.
Clarify.
Hold on, we're not
Those
not
names
clear. We're
that
not
are
clear, and I want
named
this to be very
by
clear. I'm
any
sorry.
of you,
By the 30th.
whatever date you picked, but those names, anybody whose name appears on that list, probably 12 to 15, depending on how much duplication, you're instructing the HR with procurement.
Instructing the manager.
Background checks on those names to have them ready for your special meeting.
Exactly.
So but the problem is that we're going to have these names by the 30th.
Yes.
And then he's going to do a background check, and it could.
No, he's gonna. Well, if you turn in your names now, which you already have, it takes 5-7 days. We'll have the background checks before the next.
Okay, but that meeting, that special meeting would be the week of October. You'll be back by the week of October 13th?
Oh, yeah, a week before.
Yeah.
So the week of the 6th.
That's what I'm
Okay,
saying, yeah.
so maybe we can do,
Theoretically, at that meeting, what you can do is, let's say you have 12 names, and they all pass the background check. At that meeting, you can decide to cut it down to 6 or 7 or 8,
So we're
and
not-
those will be the ones you interview.
So we're not inviting those people to be there the week of the 6th?
Only 6 or 8.
If you decide to, you don't have to decide that this minute. If you
Well, we do
want
have
to cut it
decide-
down,
We do have to decide it this minute because we're talking about it now. So we're, at the.
whatever you think, Commissioner, that's not my place.
No, I'm just saying
that the goal of that special meeting is to, you don't necessarily want to do 12 interviews. You may want to do 6 or 8 interviews.
Because we might be choosing the same people, that's what he's.
But it may not be that many. So, I mean,
That many, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, so at the special meeting, we're going to reduce it.
And then subsequent to that, we'll have.
special meeting is to pick your semifinalists.
Okay, and then maybe 2 weeks later or something, we can just,
We'll have a special,
That gives you time for your interviews, public interviews, so the public can see, and
So,
private interviews,
two
if
weeks
you want.
later, we
well,
can decide,
well-
and then that gives them 2 weeks, to give 2 weeks' notice to their job,
I would say, okay, so,
and puts us in November.
yeah.
That's what I'm saying, that we can select them, let's say hypothetically, the week of the 20th.
Well, we have.
Second meeting in late October.
Okay, the second meeting will be no later than November 1st. Let's just say that. Come on, can we do that? All right, no later than November 1st. All right, so that's what we agreed. Do I have a motion?
Wait a minute, what's the second meeting? What's the date?
No later than November 1st. So we'll have that.
The first one's on the 30th.
No. We'll submit the names by the 30th.
Can we pick the special meeting date now, the one for October?
What's wrong with the 30th?
October 6th?
No, the first meeting, Commissioner Smith, is when you get back.
I want to have.
That's what they said. Names by the 30th. They'll have the first meeting when you get back.
So,
Why can we?
Madam Clerk, can you please ask the 7 of us this week if we are available, any dates of the week of October 6th, please?
And then have the second meeting no later than November 1st, polling everyone. All right. That being said,
And then who are we giving the names to?
Jacob.
Okay, so all 7 of us will email
by the
you
30th.
3
Submit
names.
no more than 3 names.
You should probably copy the purchasing director as well.
Yes,
Copy.
he's right. Yes.
That way you have an independent record. It's going to 2 people.
Okay.
Again,
And we don't have to do 3 names, we can do 1 or 2.
Yes, ma'am.
Up to 3.
Up to 3, yes.
All right.
I just want to be again. Thank you. We're gonna move on. I think we gave direction. I mean, do we need a motion or we have direction?
Commissioner Chernoff, are you okay with this?
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
fine.
Commissioner Smith, are you okay with it?
We're moving forward.
Commissioner Smith?
We have consensus. Thanks.
Can he see if she's okay with that? No, she's on. Oh, are you okay?
Do I have a motion?
know.
I have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Well,
Aye.
Are you okay with it?
I'll figure it out.
All right.
Okay,
All
all
right.
right.
So,
Aye.
okay. Commissioner Flourmont? Yes. All right. So now,
I don't know.
but I want to say this. Like I said, I want really good background checks. I want to know who might be parties to litigation. I want those questions to be presented to them because I don't want anything coming back to bite us in the butt. I don't. And I want to make that very clear. All right, that being said, next item is city manager report. It's in the report, right? Is there anything else you want to add? Okay, thank you so very much. Next is city attorney's report.
Thank you.
Today, the county commission held a meeting on the proposed attempt to mess with the surcharge. The we had previously hired counsel to prepare litigation to block the bill in Tallahassee. We hired the firm of Coffey Burlington as special counsel, my firm working with them. They did an outstanding job in having something ready, but because we picked the right lobbyists, we didn't need to do that. We have continued that firm, Kendall Coffey, former U.S. attorney, as our counsel for potential litigation with the county. Mr. Coffey appeared today to present legal arguments on our behalf. Other members of the commission were present. The mayor spoke, Commissioner Smucker spoke.
Commissioner
I
Smith?
believe Commissioner Smith was also present.
Yes,
Did you
she did.
speak,
She spoke.
Commissioner?
She spoke. No, she was.
Okay,
She
I wasn't aware for sure. So the outcome from the committee was not everything we had hoped, but nonetheless, we're in the game. It is possible that we would contemplate litigation if they actually go ahead and pass this, but that's not a decision we need to make tonight. But we have engaged the firm, and we have them working on a possible lawsuit if that's a decision that the commission ultimately makes. And that will conclude my report. There's some other things we could talk about, but that's the main one.
All right, next item is, commission announcements, if you guys want to just bypass it. All right. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes.
We didn't do this expansion of voting authority for public.
No, that's in the manager's report.
That's what I'm gonna do.
That was just manager.